a city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Salty. You're watching Galaxy Racer PUBG Shootout. And with me, all the way from Australia, I have my mate, Carl, who's also known as Seki. Seki, what's up? How are you doing?
I'm having a great day today. I'm excited to see what is going to come out with this Galaxy Racer Shootout event. What's your take on the format today, Salty?
Again, this is a very interesting format, right? This is going to be more of a fun tournament. A lot of big teams are coming in. They're going to have a fun time battling it out against each other. There is something to win, though, but I guess mostly it is just for practice. We'll have a look at the teams again. And I do have the team list open on my screen, Seki. We do have some big names, most of them from South Asia and the Mongolian regions. We do have CD Sports, S9 Esports as well, ASTRA Academy. We have 2A as well. From the side of teams, from the side of South Asia, we have Future Station, Team I8, Red, BABLU. We have INES as well, BURIRAM United, and all these teams, all these big teams just beginning to collide on the maps of Bermuda, Miramar, and everywhere else.
So we'll check out the schedule. So for today, we do have game one starting off at Erangel. We will have a double Erangel and a double Miramar. So Miramar is going to be in game two. Obviously, Sanhok showing itself in game three, and we'll be back to Erangel for game four. And the final match, that's going to be played on the sunny sands of Miramar.
Yep, absolutely. Again, we do have two Miramar setups. So again, it's going to be important to use those vehicles, right? It's going to be important to use those riches, right, as well. Two Erangel maps, which should be pretty simple, should be pretty crazy as well. But I'm expecting most of the teams to kind of adopt to the map rotations, right? We have only one Sanhok rotation, right? If I'm not mistaken, I kind of missed that map rotation. We have two Erangels, two Miramar, and one Sanhok. So I'm expecting that Sanhok map to be all aggressive. But since there is no scorecard format, it's going to be mostly players going out for the winner with a chicken, and I'm expecting a lot of chaos in the final circle, Seki.
I'm expecting it to start off reasonably slow, being the format that it is, that it does. The teams that do get the chicken dinner get the prizes for each single match. So I'm expecting to see a little bit of an older meta where we see a lot of teams in those final zones. I think it's going to be a style that we haven't seen for a little while, and that's what's really going to make this event extremely interesting today.
Absolutely. You call it the old meta, and I feel like that has really changed, right? Over the time, teams have actually gotten pretty aggressive, and they really want to clear out the herd right at the start, right? So they don't really have to mess around in the final circles, don't have to worry about a lot of third parties happening. But when that thing is taken out of the equation, when teams do want to take it slow and possibly make it to the final circle, you get to see all of these teams in small nooks and crannies. And when there are so many teams in the final circle, it's utterly chaos, Seki, and you cannot really make sense of what's happening there. Again, there is no point for skill, there is no point for kills, there is no point for anything else. You just have to get the winner chicken dinner to get that small little price that you have, that we do have for the teams out there. And most of the teams would want to get winner chicken dinner, right? I mean, it's again in front of a big audience, it's again in front of Galaxy Racer Shootout. So I feel like this is a good opportunity for them to kind of set big stones for them, stepping stones into the big tournaments. We do have big tournaments coming up lately. So I feel like all these big teams, they have made a name for themselves. They have fought against each other multiple times. It's just an opportunity for them to just, leverage that and possibly set up that flag of dominance.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good to see, obviously, the interregional action between a lot of these teams. They do generally get to play against each other a fair bit. Obviously, you've got some from SEA, as you did say, and obviously South Asia, but there's not generally that many events where you do get the full mix. So we might see some teams dropping on each other. We might not. It's going to be interesting to see how well these teams are versed playing against each other. As there's a couple of teams for me that I'm not so familiar with, like BURIRAM United. I'm extremely keen to see how they do fare. I know the players are extremely experienced from the past, but to me, it does look like it is a relatively new team. So that's going to be a real team for me to watch. Have you got anyone that you're keeping your eye on, Salty?
Honestly, I feel like BURIRAM, just like you mentioned, they've got players who come in from Team Secret Gen, right? And now these teams are pretty big teams. Now, BURIRAM United, all these players, they have experienced players, 4 experienced players from different teams. They come together and form a new team. That kind of raises a lot of questions in terms of how the team is going to synergize together, how the team is going to perform well together as a unit. We'll find that out on Erangel, Miramar, and etc. But if you really ask about me, I'm actually looking at a Pakistani team that's Team I8. They performed really, really well in the Pakistani circuit. They've performed well in the South Asia circuit as well. They performed well in PMPLs. They've gone on to play different, I believe, Asia level tournaments as well, official tournaments. So really expecting them to perform well. But apart from that, again, I'm going to open up the map. I'm going to open up the team list. And I feel like SEAL Esports is one that really kind of pose a lot of threat. I've seen ASTRA Academy perform brilliantly. They're one of the most experienced team out here in the pool. So yeah, I feel like ASTRA Academy could possibly take most of the winner chicken dinners.
Yeah, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on ASTRA Academy. I'm a big fan of ASTRA Academy myself, as in I've seen them play that many times. I used to play in my local events, so I'm pretty well versed with those guys. But we are about to get game number 1 underway as we see the plane now showing up, Salty.
Yeah, we do have the flight path. It starts on the right-hand side of the hospital and kind of ends towards in between military base and Novo. This kind of sets up for a more of a southern map fight, right? A lot of teams probably are going to land on that southern island. Most of them will avoid going towards Tauber, Severnian, etc. So the northern part of the map has been completely left out of the equation, which basically means that the teams are going to be more dense towards the south. A lot of initial fights might take place. Again, you mentioned about different regions playing together, and they don't occasionally play, right? So apparently there might be 2 teams dropping in the same location, and we might get to see those land and fight situations. And if that happens, I feel it's going to be exciting.
I definitely think it's going to be exciting, these early stages. So we can see we've got Future Station. They are just about to land. There we go. We've got the map showing up. So it looks like DEMIGOD, they're going to drop early on, and they've got a little bit of company there with some of the other players from SEAL hitting the quarry area. So there's some teams that look like they are going to be doing a little bit of a trash loot, and that's going to give the other teams a real opportunity to start picking players off one by one and taking a few early kills. Not that that's what these teams really do want for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the Georgia Pool region is also pretty crowded as well. I can see Future Station 952. Most of the players, they will probably go towards Northern Georgia Pool and probably go towards Zaki as well. But apart from that, we do have teams. I'm not really sure what the blue team is. We'll have to look at that. Team INES is in the hospital George Pool area as well. So I believe there are going to be 4 or 3 teams in that area already. The circle has popped up. It is on the western side of the map. So again, I feel like the teams who are in the south, near the Novo Rupnoy region, near the farm region, they'll have to rotate in. But military base looks to be a super chaotic region, Segi.
It is definitely looking like it is going to get extremely sweaty down there. There is currently 3 teams down in that general area. As you can see, 2A in the kill feed already starting to light up as well. So we'll check out what's happening in Millie Base in just a few moments' time. Before the other time being Future Station heading all the way up to Zaki. So
yeah, pretty much. I believe the military base fight has to kind of pan out, right, before these teams can actually make a move right now. Most of the teams are kind of trapped. I can see Team INF. Lucy again on our screens right now. A 3-man roster on Team 5. We do have team number 13 who is pretty close by, and I believe the combat is already on, but no result as of yet. One player is knocked down. Sinchir is knocked down, and I don't think it's possible for him to kind of revive the player back. Oh, he is there. He's actually not knocked out.
No, he's just super low. So unfortunately, has been tagged up fairly heavily. Obviously, Nurzad, he's been around the traps for a very long time. He's a very experienced player. I think he was in Watch My Gameplay for a long time. Obviously, 5 power. And obviously he is in with Infinity now. And also we've got Leo's here, who was the sub for Zeus Esports. Obviously on the main lineup. And Sanhok also, he is another very experienced player. So this is definitely a solid team, and one that is still not a team that you want to go up against, even though they are just a 3-man squad. We've got XB Blood Legion fairly close by now.
Nothing as of yet. No results. Again, team number 5. They're still trying to establish the flank angle, right? They're still trying to take those good different vantage points from the tower itself so that they can probably set up for those close quarter combats. Again, they'll want a few players to kind of go in aggressive. Team number 4, again, we got to see this 4-man roster. They are strong in this main compound in military base, but they have a lot of teams to worry about. And one of them is going to be team number 13. Just like you mentioned, is it Zeus Esports though? Is it Zeus Esports? I believe it is.
Over in the distance, I think it's I8, isn't it? Coming in 13. So we've got UZM.
Yeah, it is Zeddy. Yeah. It basically is Zeddy I8. Yes, pretty much. They're the ones who are in the distance, team number 13. And expecting them to kind of establish early contact. They do have Sinchi right at the top. I guess he's going to spot him. No scope on the DP28. It's going to be a bit difficult for him to spray that down, but we can definitely see the kill feed lining up. Leos is definitely on that M70. He's definitely putting some bullets on the brain.
So XB Blood Legion looks like they're actually in a little bit of trouble as they're got a couple of players currently down at the moment. I8 now looking to put pressure on him. We'll get a confirm, it seems, onto Sanhok. That's a massive distance for Johnny being taking shots from I8. So does clean up one of the players there from Infinity. They will go down to 2 players left alive.
With an AKM red dot, that was an absolute man murder right there. But team number 4, they kind of hurt at this point. And I love the fact how team number 13 is actually surrounding against them. Team I8, they're starting to establish dominance, starting to make their presence felt. They need to get some more real estate if they really want to realistically take down team number 4 in the process. But as of now, no advancement. Johnny does have the SMGs to work with. 5 power, near said, just waiting for his opportunity.
I do like that I8 have already worked out an exit strategy reviews. He has already got himself a vehicle over towards the air traffic controller tower. So they've got that exit strategy down pat. But we might see a little bit of action happening around the bridge area as well if these teams do decide to disengage and get themselves into this next zone. You see around the farm area, there's also a couple of teams that are quite close together. So we are seeing some of these teams fairly grouped up in the early stages, which is what we thought might have been the case, Solly.
Absolutely. I guess it's meta versus meta just slapping each other, right? I mean, you see all these teams, they play in different regions, they play against different team pools, and now when they're slapped against each other, this is what you expect. This is what you expect right now. Look at this missile right in front of team number 2. He can certainly spray them down. He does have the M46 team with a 4x scope. Needs to spot one guy, gets spotted himself, takes a lot of bullets to work with, but I can see now two is just chasing them down. The vehicle comes there, missile. Will he be able to survive? No way! Vehicle! That was brutal. That was brutal, Segi.
Unfortunately, yeah, that was. Unfortunately, does get confirmed at the moment. Does look like DSR in Struggle Town. Sporter is currently down. The push is coming in. We've got DeSalle on the backside with ZZP in this compound, and the push from BURIRAM, and they're coming in, swinging into game number 1. Galaxy Racer Showdown.
Oh
my out. We are going to see DS fighting back.
I feel that was a mess up. I feel like the grenade wasn't really proper. They probably knocked themselves out. ZZP on the rooftop. This is going to be insane. MJRZ has a lot of responsibility cooking the grenade up. But look at that position, ZZP. He's still high up on that vantage point. Can certainly deal a lot of damage. 3 players knocked down. All responsibility on the shoulders of MJRZ. He jumps down. Will he be able to spray him down? A lot of bullets being exchanged. But finally, it is Team DS Gaming. And they're in Supremo of BURIRAM United.
What absolutely a play coming out from DS. DS4L. That was insane. Obviously, ZZP jumping over the rooftop as well, or over the fence, and just sending it pretty much. And it did manage to pay off, but unfortunately they did lose 2 players in the process. Right, so it looks like we do have I8 now starting to push their way in towards Infinity. So Infinity, they're tagged up extremely heavily. Doesn't look like they have been able to get a lot of meds either. And XB Blood Legion still in the mix as well. Leo now gets spotted, does get hit by UZM, and he is about to be eliminated. UZM does get found out by Leo, gets confirmed as well. I8 will now go down to just 2 players left alive, so a lot of squads losing players early on.
Desperate times, Segi, desperate times for Team I8. He had to get himself spotted. He really wanted to save his fallen teammate, but he couldn't really do that. Buzz, he just went out in the open, got himself taken down easily, absolutely easily. Team Infinity doing a good job over there. Johnny getting nothing out of the grenade. Was actually ambitious to get something out of it, but yeah, they're pretty much segregated in different compounds. Now this is going to be difficult for them. Their first priority should be getting themselves back. Team number 13 still trying to close the distance. A 3v2 action. Johnny all by himself, but a grenade comes in, and I believe one player has actually been taken down. Oh my god, the player's been confirmed as well.
So that means I8 will go back down to 2 now. It's even numbers, even Steven, for both of these teams. Infinity managing to just lock down this single building. We've got Nerzed on the back line. Leo still in that front line. He's super low, but he's still being key to take this fight. And Sanhok Reviews has been taken down. How did that even happen? There we go. And it looks like Infinity now are going to go for the push. Nerzed will get a confirm. And I8 get eliminated there in 12th position.
Oh my god, this is absolute butchery from Team 5P. I mean, honestly, look at this. They were a two-man side, Nerzed with 6 kills. 6 kills himself. This man has been absolutely insane.
7 kills for the squad. They did go into Millie base with just a 3-man squad and come out with 7 kills. So almost 2 entire squads to themselves. So it does look like
lose just 1 man in the process.
Coming out, who have we got here? This is going to be BABLU. We've got Wolf, we've got Zibian, 420 point, and Pika. So it looks like we do actually have a couple of Pikas in this match as they push across the open fields. Now taking a couple of shots in the distance to coming in their direction. Ooh, 420 point does get dropped, unfortunately, by Zaki. So it is Seal going up against these guys in the distance. Obviously, a few long-range shots being fired now.
Not really sure where his teammates are. I mean, this looks weird because Pika is completely out in the open all by himself. And look at this. Team Future Station 952 holding this angle for themselves. Team Seal right in front of them, but no shots engaged. Now, again, that rotation was really weird from Pika, right? I didn't really expect him to kind of segregate and go out there all by himself. But I believe they would want to try and rotate, right? I would love to look at the map at this point because this would explain us a lot of different things. At this point, we have seen those early engagements pan out, right? We only have 36 players in the server, 11 teams left, which basically means a lot of action has kind of completed, right? A lot of action has gone down the drain, and now we're waiting for those mid rotations. There's going to be more of a passive segment, I believe, Segi. This is where most of the rotations are going to come in. Most of the teams are going to set up for that final phase of the game where I'm expecting a lot of chaos, but we expected this game to be kind of passive. Teams starting to take things slow, but this has been the complete opposite, Segi.
It definitely has. I'm assuming in this sort of, as you said, sort of phase 3, maybe 4, it might be a little bit of a quieter phase as these teams sort of do try and just get themselves into a position to work with for the later stages of the map, because I feel like phase probably 6 is where it's really going to start to become a pivotal time in this match. But Zone, it's in the Headshot Valley at the moment, just up to the northwest of Pachinki. We do have DS Gaming up in that general area as well at the moment. Obviously, I think we've got CL there in the mix. Infinity, sorry, not Infinity, it's going to be INES looking to push in now towards center zone as well. But DS, I think they're going to be the team that's pretty much in a bit of a vulnerable area. I think they're actually in the 6s of Seal, look to push on in that direction.
Wow. This is actually insane. Pika out in the open. He actually gets taken down. Zaki is the man who will get the kill for himself. But look at this though. Team DS in close proximity. Team Seal out of there. Risky position for them, but they need to fall back. They do have compounds to work with, but DS against them, not really sure if they will be able to take this combat. I believe they are in this compound. Yeah, right. Team DS, 2-man squad up against Seal. A complete 4-man roster.
So Seal now setting themselves up to take this fight. I think they are actually going to look to try and get a knock and then go for the push on this. Obviously, the Mongols, they're known for their aggression, and Seal, from what I've seen in the past, generally, that's how they will play. They will set themselves up, they'll get a knock, and they'll look to get an entry into this compound. Obviously, look to clear the squad. They won't entirely realise, I don't think, that they are going up just against a two-man squad after DS did lose those players early on. So I think they'll be just playing a little bit slow for the time being, but I wouldn't be surprised if I do see this light up in just a few moments.
Two-man roster, Team DS. They've lost a lot. Missile and Spotter. I mean, we did see Missile get taken down. Spotter was taken down in the process as well. Missile was completely butchered down. He got crashed by complete BABLU there. This is a different team again. This is S9 Esports. Haven't seen a lot of them. 1 kill for the team. And apart from that, I guess, again, we talked about this massive mid phase where most of the teams are just going to start taking positions inside the final circle, right? This is just the second circle for us right now. Nothing really happening over there. And again, we can see the kill feed lining up. Team Infinity. Actually, they're going up against ASTRA Academy, are they?
They are. It's just outside of Pachiki, the compound, just out to the west. So Infinity, they are just setting it. So Pika, I don't think he's going to be able to be revived. You can see Scry up at the church area, looking to try and get shots on to Leo. They are just tapping away. Leo, once again, down to 10 HP. And it does seem like that's how he likes to play this game, to be honest. So he's just sending it pretty much every time, gets himself low, and still manages to come out on a top.
This man loves those adrenaline rushes. But at this point, Team ASTRA Academy, can they possibly send it? Can they revive their fallen teammate in the form of Pika? Cree just holding it back. Not really want to take the risk, but they can possibly send it because they have one player. They have one player very advanced. I'm not really sure who it is, but I can definitely see that he's waiting for Team INF to probably make an unforced error. And if that maybe comes through, if Nizet falls, I believe Team 2A will have the opening to send it in, probably take down the final player as well. As of now, they're taking it slow. But in the process, I guess, Pika, yeah, that's a very dangerous position for him. He's going to bleed out.
He's going to bleed out. But I guess the plus side of that bleed out being right on top of the two players of Infinity, Pika should have been able to relay that information that there is only a couple of players in that squad. So if ASTRA Academy do want to put the pressure on, they should be able to roll on up. At the moment, as I said, it's the same as the fights we did see earlier. We've got Infinity. They're in that squad house, which is a two-man strong squad. So these teams won't entirely know that it is just the small or the other two players in that building. But it does look like Senate is actually going to roll on out now, and they are going to disengage and try and pull back to Pachiki for the time being.
I mean, see, look at this though. They had Pika over there, right? They had some sort of thing to win back if they actually go against the fight against Team Infinity, right? They could have raised their fallen teammate, but now that he's gone, there's basically no reward for them against going against Team Infinity, which basically makes no sense. If they go out against Team Infinity, they could lose potentially more players. And look at this, though, Leo again. You talked about this man loving the 10 HP mark, and he again has been sent back. He does have medkit to kind of stabilize himself for a little bit. Does have the smoke, wants to loot a little bit of utility to work with. Does get them, does he?
He does really need to start looking at getting himself some more meds though as well. The way he has been going, or at least cleaning up some bodies to be able to scoop some meds off. But they are still just continuing to just tap away for the time being. We've still got shots being exchanged, but even now, though, if they do manage to get a knock, I think both teams should be able to get a revive. No dramas. So at the moment, it's just really just whittling away at the helmets to the vests of these players, and it's going to be making it easier for other teams to take them down in the later stages of the match. So in phase 3 at the moment, that is about to start closing about 20 seconds time. So we are definitely starting to get a little bit closer towards that pointy end of the match.
But again, we can expect a lot more teams, a lot more players in the final circle. And I feel like we've cleaned the herd right at the start. Those fights in Military Blaze, those fights in Query kind of lost a lot of players. And we only have 34 players left, which apparently is just 3 players per team, right? I mean, if you look at the average, which should be 3 players per team, most of the teams, I believe, are healthy though at this point. I mean, 2A, they are a 3-man roster. Team Infinity, they're a 2-man roster at this point, which basically means that there are going to be teams out there who are going to have that man advantage in the form of 4-man roster. And if you have that in the final circle, I feel like that's a very massive advantage. You have that extra pair of eyes, you have that extra pair of guns as well, which can lead you to victory in most of the fight. Your trade game is going to be stronger, your position game. But Team Seal, again, they've been holding this position for eternity as of now, and even they haven't been kind of pressurized by Team DS Gaming. We saw this team duel up. We saw Team DS Gaming completely settle in those compounds close by Team Seal, and they haven't made their move. Team Seal haven't made their move. It's all safe. It's all slow at this point. But again, Legos, he actually gets headshot with the TP28, gets a knock for himself. Observer moves back in that fight because that fight is just building up.
So Infinity managed to get yet another knock. Definitely a force to be reckoned with. It doesn't look like they will move on out. They've actually got an airdrop that's going to be coming down right on their head as well. So that's going to give them probably some of the armor, the helmets they are going to need after taking these fights for pretty much the whole match. They will need a little bit of some fresh gear. So that looks like we've actually got 2 drops right near those guys at the moment. Coming down.
Oh, look at that. Tippy Toppy. Team Deuce is actually closing in. Now, this can be a potential triple threat for them. Again, this has been a very important piece of real estate for both the teams, right? Team Infinity, Team Astra Academy as well. They've been wanting to hold this position forever. Now, Team Deuce, they spot that airdrop. They spot the players. They smell blood in the waters, and they definitely want to get the piece of the pie at this point. If they make their way in, I believe that against this 2-man roster Team Infinity, it shouldn't really be very hard for them to get this entire squad wipe executed in a matter of a few seconds. But the question is, will they execute that push? Will they send it all in? That's the question.
That is definitely the question, but it does look like it's actually lining up on that northern side. Seal 9 and Seal getting a very close and personal now as Mum69 does manage to take down Monkey. But Seal 9, they are under a lot of pressure now. They've got 2 currently down. Relly and Amra left up. So big nades now being thrown. Relly does manage to just avoid. No, but will get done by the backside. It's that going to be Ankle with a second nade. That does manage to get him down. And Amra now down to, Amra, the last player left alive from Seal 9. And it does look like this northern side is really starting to heat up. We've got Inertia now pushing on to DS as well. But Ankle will look to try and get that revive now as they do. No, Amra is going to push on over. Ankle goes down. Baron now last one standing for Seal. Where's Baron? He's on that back line at the moment. He really needs to push on up and provide some support. Seal 9, they are going to be able to get some revives as Baron leaves Seal 9 with a little bit of time now to get that reset up. Really now back up on his feet.
This is tough times for Team Seal at this point. They had complete advantage. They had the advantage to kind of work with. They need to get this revive done. The smoke's not really optimal cover for them to work with. The grenades come in. This is going to be enough time for Seal Line to kind of stabilize themselves and get all those players back. And if that happens, it basically is game over. Team Seal falling back. They need to fall back but as fast as they possibly can. Team Seal 9 will try and pressure them, getting a lot of real estate, completely blow apart Mom69. Really, with the M249 can go ham at any moment. Team Seal 9 just waiting for that opportunity, just waiting for that perfect timing. The grenades have been absolutely phenomenal as of now, and really through the smoke, pushing in. We do have Molotov set up. That's not going to hold them back. I guess Zaki and others, they've actually fallen back and established that distance between them. But just as I say that, Ink is just going to shut him down. Oh my goodness, this fight has been absolutely blowing apart, Sagi.
That was Seal. They actually just got eliminated. I believe FS Gaming did manage to get it confirmed there. I think they had a bit of a third party, was it? That's what it looked like in the kill feed. Yeah, so you can see they were out to the southern side. They already established themselves inside zone. Astra Academy now rolling on in as well as these teams now do look to get themselves in to phase 5 of the match. It is a lot of open ground. You've got some slow, gradual slopes essentially in this next phase of the match, but there is not a lot of hard cover. There's not a lot of compounds to play with. So we're going to see a lot of vehicle play really come to fruition for phase 5, phase 6 of this match.
Absolutely. Again, Team TS just holding themselves back. They do spot out Team ASTRA Academy. Look at this. The DB28 comes in. Senate has been knocked down easily. But again, their position has been given out as a trade-off. Is it going to be a healthy trade-off? That's definitely the question. But they are a two-man roster. They can absolutely send it in. That's the plan, right? They do want to send it in. One player just holding back, provide a backup fire. Does want to confirm the kill on Senator. The one tap, I believe, is all by himself. DS4L just pushing it in. Does have the vehicle to work with. Has this amount of haystack to work with as well. Can it goes on the distance? That's the question. They do have DEMIGOD on the other side as well, which apparently can make up a sandwich situation for, again, Team ASTRA Academy.
So Astra under pressure. Well, yeah, DEMIGOD, they're on that southern side, but I don't think there's literally a building. There might be a little shack inside this zone, but there's nothing else. It is just all open land. Massive nade comes in from DeSalle. Does manage to take Senator back down. He looks to get a second nade in it to try and get it confirmed. Will this hit the mark, though? It does manage to tag up yet again. A third goes in. DEMIGOD, I'm sure they're going to be creeping up from behind. He looks to mow the lawn. Senator. Oh, we've got big shots coming in. So much utility being used now. This is going to mean DS won't have it in the later stages, though, if they are using that utility right now. ZZP will go down as top fight's back. So Astra now will get that revive to
really want to get up. Will he be able to come up? But that's a question, because right now Team DEMIGOD is also making them move closer and closer. This is definitely not a good position for them. Again, inside this haystack, they just want to probably get out of this. They don't really have a lot of vehicles to kind of provide them backup fire as well. They just have this small buggy with them. The zone has completely shifted away from them. They need to take care of the left-hand side and the right-hand side. Two directions for Team ASTRA Academy. A very precarious position to work with.
It is, but at least they've got the short side of zone, so they don't have too far to move on up. But in saying that, the teams up on the hillside out to the east really could start to put the pressure on and take a few long-range shots at Astra or even DS. But DEMIGOD now looking to make their move into zone. It's still 113 meters outside. You do have CL that is out in front. It looks like they are trying to get themselves in. But Deuce now trying to establish their position and their dominance on that northern side. They do have FS coming in from behind. Savage currently down. And saying that, they've actually lost 2 players. It's just Blinks left up. Will he be able to get that revive? Only 25 seconds to go. It really does need to happen now.
TP Station 952, they've done a good job. They do have the high vantage point to work with. They are sending in those grenades, which apparently is definitely dealing a lot of damage. Look at this. Blinks just barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. Savage has been confirmed. One-man roster on the side of Team Deuce, and I believe Team 952 can definitely send it in. Not a good position for Team Deuce Gaming, but look at this. Those sharp eggs just want to make a move. They're going from strength to strength. They want to get inside the circle, but will they get real estate inside it? That's definitely a question. At this point, Team DEMIGOD is out there lying all by themselves. Not a lot of hard cover to work with. They can set up a camp for themselves, probably use a tree and a cover, but that's not going to work too much. They have to worry about their backlines as well. Magnet has been taken down, and I believe his kill might be confirmed, and if that happens, Team Future Station, a 2-man roster, isn't really very healthy. Craig comes in from the backlines. Team ASTRA Academy, suddenly very relevant. Baba really starting to struggle out there with the zone, and apparently it's Team C9 who take them down. Riley, from the distance.
3 teams remain, 5 players left alive. DEMIGOD now down to just 1. They're on that southern edge of circle. It's down to CO9, ASTRA Academy, and a DEMIGOD Incognito. Who's going to take that chicken to dinner for game number 1 of the Galaxy Racers Shootout? It's anyone's game. So 2 duos and a solo. Does look like Alvin has managed to get in for DEMIGOD Incognito. It does have that little bit of hard cover with the airdrop in front. It does manage to get himself some fresh kit, I do believe. Does sound like it.
Yeah.
And he's going to be right on the edge. So Astra going to be the only team that do need to move to get into this next zone. And as you can see, they are going to have to snake it in. That's the only way they can get into this next zone. And it is going to be, it's really a tough crawl for these guys to push forward.
Absolutely. Again, the grass is kind of non-existent in front of them, right? They do have some sort of a grass at this point, but when they move forward, there's going to be an absolute barren land for them. And I believe it's not going to be difficult for Alvin to kind of spray them down almost easily. He does have a slight topographical advantage over Team ASTRA Academy. Just like you mentioned, they don't really have a lot of smokes to work with as well. They probably have to go in aggressive, take down one team at a time. Will they get some support from C-Line? That's a question. If they kind of single down on one team, probably, if Team C-Line suddenly decides to probably go off Team DEMIGOD, that can be a possibility for Team ASTRA Academy to survive. But apart from that, it looks like it's lights out for them.
Yeah, well, ASTRA Academy, they would have had to have used so much utility in those previous engagements. It looks like Senator, he's going to get up on his feet. He's going to go headlong in. Looks to get some shots onto Seal 9. Really will manage to take him down now. And it is just top left up at the moment for ASTRA Academy. So struggle town for ASTRA. Big shots coming out top. Doesn't get found though by Relly. And it looks like DEMIGOD Incognito was just taken out in third. It's 2 teams remain. Seal 9, ASTRA Academy.
Yeah, and they've actually given out Senator with the green Amra being brilliant. Riley again.
Ooh.
Wonderful stuff.
What a game. Seal 9 to take the win with 9 kills. So really with 5. You've got Inky with 1 and Amra with 3. So they will manage to get that prize for game 1. I'm sure they're going to be doing a little victory dance together after that one.
Absolutely, but again, it's not just the price, but I feel like there was a lot, right? You look at the kills, you probably feel like, oh wait, Amra wasn't really the best player, but I feel like he had the impact, right? He had 3 kills, and I believe one player had 5 kills, but I feel like the amount of impact that Amra did, right, really surviving that onslaught coming in from CE Esports. Remember that? He was in a 1v3 situation, he probably survived that and got his players back as well, got themselves that really kind of the man advantage, and then they proceed further. I feel like that was a game-changing moment for Team C-Line.
That definitely was a pivotal moment for Seal 9 in this game. Obviously, being able to hold it back, Seal, when really it did look like they were going to go down, but Amra, yeah, as I said, just managed to hold on, clutch it up, and it forced Seal to push on back and allowed Future Station to actually take them out and gave them that little bit of breathing room that they really did need to progress further into the match.
Absolutely. That little bit of space that Baron provided, right? Baron for Team CE Esports, he just fell back on the back lines and just wanted to provide them support from the back lines. It didn't really pan out as a frontal offense just completely went haywire. They couldn't really survive that onslaught from Amra. He was just reviving a player, but that rush didn't really pan out. Amra peeks out, he sprays on 2 players, and suddenly Team CE Esports are down in the grave, and Baron making all that distance, covering up all that distance that provided C9 that amount of time to kind of get those players back with the smokes and everything in position. Team C9 was in perfect position over there to kind of counter that attack from CE Esports. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the first game of Erangel has been done and dusted. Team C9 is the team that got the winner chicken dinner. But next up, it's going to be Miramar, Segi. And I'm actually excited for this.
I am too. After seeing game number 1, that was an insane game. So we had a lot more action in the early stages than we did anticipate. It was great to see with these teams definitely lighting it up. So Miramar, a lot bigger map for game 2. Will we see those early fights? I guess that's yet to be seen. We've got game 2 coming up very shortly. But who do you think might be able to come out strong when they've got a bit of room to breathe on that Miramar map, Salty?
I feel like it's going to be ASTRA Academy. They had a good performance in this one. They got in perfect position. Didn't really have ideal conditions to win this one, but I feel like we'll find out in the map of Miramar. It's probably going to be ASTRA Academy, but we'll have a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with the map of Miramar.
in the city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than you know. Father, don't you let me go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Galaxy Racer Shootout. We just saw the first game end on the map of Erangel. It was an absolute blockbuster, but next up we have an even more interesting map, and that's going to be Miramar. Segi, we talked about that my favorites are going to be ASTRA Academy for me in this one. What are yours?
I'm hoping to see Infinity come in with a full four-man squad on that one. We saw how potent they could be in game one with just a three-man squad. If they pull in with a four-man squad, who knows what is going to happen? And I'm curious to see who that fourth player will be too, to be honest. But yeah, so I'm going to put my money there to see how they do go in game two on Miramar.
Absolutely. Now, on the map of Erangel, we got to see that those land and fight situations, right? We got to see that initial fight happen in military base. We got to see some fight happen in Query as well. Something in Poaching Key as well, right? And all these teams, they just want to get those kills right off the bat. We expect it to be a passive pair, but with Miramar, we got a much larger map and expecting most of the teams to get their individual drop locations. But just like we discussed early on, this is a region versus region game. And again, most of the teams are not really habituated with each other's drop locations. They don't have a lot of information with that as well. So you do expect these land and fight situations, and therefore a lot of players, a lot of teams kind of bid us farewell in the early stages of the game. So I guess in the map Miramar as well, we might see something happen, possibly in the lands of Chumasera.
We could, obviously Miramar really, it does depend on where the flight path does go, but we've still got two more Miramars to go. There is going to be another Erangel coming up for game four, but Sanhok as well in game three. We can see just from that schedule there. But Miramar does become very, very dependent on that flight path. So depending on where it does go, some of the times these teams won't be able to get their usual haunts, their usual drop spots, and that can really sort of start to throw these teams off. Most of the time, I'd say these teams will have two drop locations where they can sort of change it up depending on where it does go, but it doesn't always go to plan with such a big map.
Exactly. Again, the first map, the flight path played a very massive role, right? You got to see the flight path towards the southern side of the map itself, right? So which basically took out Severny, Yasnaya out of the equation in the map of Erangel. In the map of Miramar as well, I'm expecting if the flight path does go kind of in a one directional side, possibly in the south, possibly to the north, it can be anything. But if it does favor one part of the map more than the other, I'm expecting a lot of land and fight situations there.
Yeah, and it definitely can give teams a massive advantage whether they do have to rotate or not in the earlier stages. If they can pull a center zone position, have plenty of time to get themselves looted up, have plenty of kit going into the later stages, and not really have to take those fights in the earliest stages, they can really come into the final stages looking very good. So it's really going to depend on where that flight path does go to sort of see how these teams do fare.
Absolutely. And with that being said, we do have the flight path on our screens right now. It kind of ends towards Torremada. So expecting a lot of fight, but again, kind of takes away lost lanes in the part of Puerto Paraiso out of the equation, doesn't it, Segi?
It does. We've got a couple of teams that are going to be dropping on top of each other, though, in the early stages. Down at Valdemar, does look like we've got Deuce. There is another squad down below that is dropping there. Astra Academy looks like they are going to have company at El Pozo as well. But yeah, completely that eastern side of the map is pretty much out of reach for all the teams here. Does it look like we are going to see a couple of teams heading towards Picardo as well? And Infinity is going to be one of those teams, so that's going to be an early fight to definitely keep a close eye on as well.
Definitely team number 4. They do have early compound, though. They can get those weapons up and early and probably go after Team Infinity if that's the case. But just like you mentioned, Team Infinity, they're pretty good in the land fight situation in the map on the side of military base in the map of Erangel. So I'm expecting them to be deadly this time around as well. We do have team number 14. I'm not really sure which team it is right at the bat, but we can see Team XBBL. They are certainly looting up, and they have a lot of weapons to kind of work with. I guess their stadium does give you a lot in terms of utility as a 4-man roster. And since they don't really have to fight right off the bat, Team Infinity on the other side of the road, I guess they're going to have some decent amount of time to work with. But we already have some sort of lighting on our kill feed. I guess one player from team, I believe it was BURIRAM United, who probably got taken down. Now, BURIRAM United didn't really have a good showing in the first map of Erangel. What do you think about them this time around?
Well, they did go in for the push onto DS Gaming. Unfortunately, they had a DS Gaming on the back foot, but they were able to do just fight back. Look at that zone! My gosh, going all the way down to the southeast. That's a hard shift and a half. Artificially small with a lot of water in. But shots now being fired between XB Blood. That's a lot of water for Miramar. You really don't get much more water than that. It's about as wet as it gets on Miramar, that's for sure. It doesn't rain very often. And who knows, we might see teams just about having to get their feet wet in this one.
Absolutely. It's a desert map, of course, and you do want the cold water, right? But elsewhere, it's hot as well. It's going to be Team XBBL up against Team Infinity now. Team Infinity, again, is a 2-man roster. It doesn't really look very...
They do actually have a full 4-man roster. Nurza was very late dropping. I think they left it late and they dropped around the power grid area. I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to check out the other map next time we do see it. But Infinity, these two players, we do know that they can hold their own. So there we go. We've got Sanshia. He's out to the north. Nurzed, he's in between power grid and Picardo at the moment. He's got a vehicle and he'll be pushing it down to provide some support very soon. But it does look like ASTRA Academy. They do have DS on the back foot at the moment.
Absolutely. First up coming in, Team DS in the back lines. Again, DS4L. They've been doing this for a while right now, I guess, with the Mini 14s and with a different amount of DMRs. They've been trying to kind of deal damage and stay in the back lines, but this doesn't really work out most of the times, right? Especially when your frontal offense is not that strong. And up against Team ASTRA Academy, it's going to be very, very hard for them. Peek up there in the compound, just waiting for that opportunity for Team DS to just push in. They're trying to tempt them as much as possible, try and lure out the tiger, but is Team DS a tiger? That's a question.
Yeah, well, with ASTRA Academy, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. So you do need to be extremely wary here. And DS, it does look like they're actually starting to get a little bit surrounded in that San Martin fight. But you can see ZZP's got some great angles coming out, just unable to find the shots as yet. So it's going to be a little bit of a slow fight, but I'm sure these teams, they're going to have to move fairly soon, as well as Phase 1 will be closing in about a minute 20 at time, and they've still, even though they've dropped in the center zone position, they're still almost 800 meters outside of zone. So that shows how far off this zone has gone. It's a crazy zone, and so many teams will have to, or pretty much every team will have to move. Infinity, though, they are fighting hard on XP Blood Legion.
Absolutely, but Leo's, oh my god, he's been blown apart. Dominic over there, Client returns back. It's a 1-for-1 trade, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Seven just sending it in, just waiting to confirm the kill all by himself. The Tommy gun goes down, but no way, it's Leo from Team XBBL. Dominic as well, Nurzed is down. This is not good stuff. Team Infinity really showing back.
So Infinity really struggling on this one. You can see Leo, he is just getting a revive now to Gyro. Dominic goes down to Sanchia though, and Sanchia does look to push on up, tries to get the confirm. We do have 7 still bleeding out. Leo's bleeding out upstairs as well. They do need to get this fight over and done with pretty much. Sanchia gets a drop shot in behind, he clutches up, gets one, but will be eliminated. Gyro comes out, finishes off Infinity, and they will go out in 17th position.
This is an absolute brawl out there. Team XBBL retaining all their players. They can revive them, all of them back, and that's the best part about it. They didn't lose a single player in the 4v4 fight. Sure, there were knocks, but Team Infinity couldn't really confirm a single one of them. They did have reinforcements to work with. They were a 2-man side, but then the players came back from elsewhere, but still couldn't match up against Team XBBL, who completely dominated them. And Dominic, with the performance, was absolutely brilliant. But this time around, we do have Team ASTRA Academy, and they're going up against Team DS Gaming. Look at this, Senator. Kind of struggling. Sport are being taken down. Team 2A, not really looking very good. But Senator suddenly out anyway. He just gets 2.
So DS now down to 2. DS4L and Missile. The last 2 remaining. The last hope of DS. You can see they are actually a little bit of a distance away. At least one of the players is, and there looks like they are rotating on around to the northern side. But I believe I8 also did have a little bit of company and lost a player early on. That was DEMIGOD. That was quite close there around that Hacienda Del Patron area. So we do have a few teams that have moved early. Red moving to center zone early on. I think that's a really smart move from those guys. But as you said in the pre-game, looks like Chumacera is actually quite hot. There's a few teams in that general area at the moment. About 4 teams fairly close by.
Absolutely. Now, the circle really intrigues me, honestly, because this big city of Los Angeles and it's completely deserted. There's absolutely no one there. The circle, I mean, it's demanding players over there, but look at this. The Riley with the grenade completely blows apart Team C-Line, going strong yet again. But this time, they're up against which team it is. It looks like it's going to be Team BURIRAM United. They don't really have anybody in the backlines. They have this wonderful Regis cover as well. They can easily isolate those players. Look at the spray coming in. First team, but Riley gets taken down. Team C-Line kind of struggling over there, but they do have backup. And look at this though. Monkey in the backlines up against Team PTW. This is not a very good situation for them. Rather, they're kind of sandwiched in between 2 teams and they need to find a way out of it. 2 teams right in front of them. Team BURIRAM United again. They have company. Team BABLU is also closing in on them. This is not good stuff. A lot of teams in close proximity. This looks like it's going to be an absolute brawl in this region of Chumacera, on the northern side of Chumacera.
It is, and Inertia now starting to come into the mix as well. They are heading towards the fight, so that's going to be 5 teams in pretty much Chumacera, just out on that eastern side. And yeah, Inertia pushing it right on up. These teams just pretty much sending it. It's a big shot coming out. And we do see a knock onto Inertia as CL do look to fight back. It's BABLU. Put the pressure on his frag, and now just managed to find Wolf. And we'll get the confirm with the UMP. Pika now on that top side. Does get spotted out. He's out in the open. Frag. It takes a few shots. Unfortunately, that spray was dirty, and he does pay for it. He goes down. So Pika on that back line. Now gets done by the third party. And that's going to be from Ute, from Inertia. And he's just going to punish these guys on this side of the hill.
Absolutely does have the M416 to work with as well. Look at the 3x scope going an absolute explosion over there. Newt getting everybody. He gets Pika as well, but it's not Inertia. They are down as well. It's only Newt who's surviving. He's healthy right now, but look at this, the BABLU, the single man roster. I mean, all the 3 players, they got completely butchered in that collision. And even 420 boy getting shut down. MJRZ. Absolute shutter over there. But Segi, this was an absolute hell of a fight. I mean, look at this. 5 teams coming in. Inertia, BABLU. I believe there was some other teams as well. I mean, a lot of teams went down the wire in this one. And it's just BURIRAM United and C-Line who are yet healthy.
So obviously you now able to get some revives. I'll be trying to get the 3rd player back up on their feet. Seal now still just keeping a close eye on BURIRAM from that rear side. I do believe the team out to the east has already started migrating towards center zone. So that does give CL a nice little exit strategy that they'll be able to roll on out. So they have, and it looks like we're going to have 2A pushing in through the low side. But PTW they are rolling pretty much directly into Deuce at the moment. So PTW, they weren't in game number 1, but they're here for game 2. So I'm curious to see how they do fare. It is a team that I haven't seen before, and it looks like we've seen a couple of distance shots being fired. Savage, unfortunately, already confirmed for Deuce. They do look to fight back now. As PTW rotates in.
They do have some compounds to work with as well. They do have the vehicles, but I guess they might not stop against Team 2's gaming. Look at this, the RF definitely on the flank can set up a good angle against them. Does that work out? Blinks spotted him. Does have the M416 to work with 6x scope, but no spray comes in through. Team 2 just letting them pass by underneath their nose. This is dangerous stuff. Dangerous rotations over there. Team INES also struggling against Team C line at this point. Look at this, the nuclear heating himself up, but Team C line going strong yet again.
They definitely are. Looks like Inertia finally deciding to disengage or at least get themselves in to zone. But BURIRAM, unfortunately, at the moment, they are being hunted by Steel 9, and they will be eliminated. They'll go out in 15th position. MGRZ finished off there by Monkey. So zone going to push to the south of Los Leones. We do have Porto Carrillo that will be inside zone as well, but it does look like we're going to be seeing a lot of vertical play happening in the final stages, as you generally do see on Miramar.
Absolutely. Look at this though. PTW taking that extreme rotation right on the riverbank, right on the shore rather, and they will try and play from the extreme southeastern end of the map itself. But C9 where they do rotate in, that's definitely a question for me right now. They've lost 2 players in the process. Weren't really healthy at all in this entire fight. They've got 3 kills. So 3 kill, 2 player loss doesn't really look like a healthy trade-off. But team, look at this though. Team ASTRA Academy, they were one of my favorites. Again, taking the rotations. Again, it seems to be like we've gone past that initial brawl phase, right? Isn't it, Segi? I mean, we do have 44 players and 14 teams right now left. Most of the teams right now aren't really all that healthy, right? Most of them have lost probably 1 or 2 players in the process, and that just leaves them with a fairly weakened roster up for the final fight, which apparently isn't really the best. Look at this, the Crypto Johnny. They've lost Refuse. Team IA definitely not that strong, but they do have, I believe it's, I'm not really sure which team it is. Team Red right in front of them, a 4-man roster, a 4v2 situation, which can definitely pan out their way, but no engagements as of yet.
Being Miramar, you don't expect to see Urban finish as well, but there's still a fair chance that we might see this zone switching on back to the northern side of the next zone, which would end up being in, or encompassing pretty much Los Leones entirely. And Los Leones, that will make for a very interesting finish, but we do have Anubis now trying to take a few shots at I8 Crypto as he looks to spot out his head, but it's going to be a third party. We see some taps coming in, and it's Demigod Incognito now getting into the mix as well.
Crypto not being able to spot players, but definitely will try and take away the exit strategy, take away the vehicles. Team Demigod, they do have this high vantage point where they can play across, but they have company here as well, and that's going to be Team Red at this point. No engagement right now. Team Demigod pretty comfortable. They do have the M249 to work with as well, so definitely can take out those close quarter combat. But right now, I guess they probably want to move out.
So it does look like they will start to hold back a little bit. Good spray coming out from Alba. No, unfortunately doesn't manage to tag on up, which was a surprise, but Demigod now starting to lose some vehicles to Red. You see FS that might come in for a potential third party, but Anubis on that front line will get caught out. Ian will manage to get the confirm, and they are now going to go in for the push. Demigod pushing on up. The boss Hassan gets confirmed. Demigod with 1 down at the moment. They will need to get that revived, but Red forced to flee. Looks like, Red Walker is going to start pushing on up to provide some support. So unfortunately, it's probably a little bit too late. But KVN now gets taken down by a deal with a big nade. That might be enough to slow up the push coming in from Demigod. Might be what Red really does need here.
The floor is lava. You can't really do much when it's all fire everywhere around you. Look at this, my man. Demigod still struggling. Team number 14, Team Red, absolutely pushing in. But no, wait, look at this. Future Station 952, they're coming from nowhere. And put a bullet in the brain A perfect vantage point for a perfect third party. Team IA just holding their position, but it has been 1952 and they've been selectively killing players. They spot players through the smoke and they put them to their grave. Wonderful stuff from them, but Team 14, that's Team Red, they got to get back into good positions. Alvin all by himself. He does have IA very close, but he probably does have no information about their presence.
So Deuce going up against 2A in the kill feed as well. But this position from Future Station is a great one at the moment, overlooking Los Leones, and they pull pretty much center position. It's about as central as you want to be when you've got this high ground inside this next zone. So it's going to be pretty much in between Porto Perillo and Los Leones. We do have some of the Los Leones in a side zone as we speak, but most of the teams now looking to get themselves in. You can see they are starting to mobilise and getting themselves quite close, especially on that southern side.
Thankfully, the zone actually avoids water. Thankfully. I didn't want to play. I didn't want players swimming in the final circle. That would have been very, very awkward. Team Seal, they've been going ham as of now. We did see their presence on the kill feed. They don't have kills as of yet as a team, but yeah, they did get knocks in the process, and they're very, very close against Team I8. Now, this entire region, Team I8 has been holding this compound for eternity right now, but they have to prepare to either move or probably take their fight. Now, this compound right here is up for auction. Team Seal still not yet making their presence felt as of yet. No shots fired, but the entire region of Los Leones is dense with players. Only ASTRA Academy, Seal 9, and Deuce are actually making their way towards hilly areas of the southern end of the map. Look at this, Team Seal. They probably have information about Team I8's presence over there. Still trying to create the flank angle. Probably just waiting for the trigger. But PTW, a perfect third party. Baron has been taken down. From where the hell did PTW come from?
So they are out to the east, taking some long shots. Seal, unfortunately, getting caught out on the side of a hill as they look to scope out I8's compound. And this puts Seal in a very vulnerable position, especially with XP Blood Legion now starting to creep on in extremely close. And it looks like they are going to start to shoot down from above. Mama, unfortunately, does go down to Gyro. So XP Blood Legion playing a spoiler onto Seal now. They are in trouble from that position.
Talk about troubles, Team Seal. I can see them definitely struggling, but both of them will be revived. They still retain that 4-man up. But Team ASTRA Academy, even they have closed in as well. There's not a lot of space left. There's not a lot of real estate available for all of these teams. They need to move in. Team Seal, still waiting for the opportunity to kind of push in. Team I8, the way they've held their position, it kind of creates a paradoxical problem for Team Seal. They can't really push up, they can't really push back because they're ASTRA Academy as well. And in this real sandwich situation, what can possibly Team Seal do?
And it's really a tough spot. It's a rock and a hard place. But I guess what I find really interesting about this zone at the moment is how many teams are actually sort of trying to ride the blue and not pushing deep in towards a centre zone to try and establish a position in the early on. It's we've got so many teams on the outside. There's a couple of teams in towards the inner areas, but it's definitely not heavy in the centre at the moment. I think some of these teams could actually afford to move a little bit forward in towards centre zone.
This has actually been a very, very tense. There's probably a cold war among all of these teams right now because they know they're there. They just can't get the shots fired because of the fact that you have this topography play in Miramar. You have those small ridges, and every single region, every single nooks and crannies have been occupied. We literally have 14 teams. We literally have 14 teams in this very small zone. So apparently it's not very safe for most of them. Just trying to create space as much as possible, trying to spread out. Look at this team XBBL. Trying to spread out and holding this ridge as much as possible. Preventing a backstab is going to be their first priority. They are holding the edge of the circle gameplay, but most of that, most of the eastern part of the circle is quite empty, right? And Team Deuce looks to occupy most of that territory that is there for the taking.
And I guess after that flight path being so far to the west, you would really expect that on that eastern side is going to be fairly vacant, which I'm surprised a lot of teams didn't sort of capitalise on that information and actually try to rotate right around. But we've got some big shots coming out from Mum on to 2A in the distance. They are still just trying to hold back 2A and try and keep them outside of zone. And they will just get themselves healed up before really having to take this fight with this zone closing in about 40-second time. That's when it will start to light up. So Alvin from DEMIGOD will be confirmed there as well. That does mean DEMIGOD is going to be eliminated in 14th position.
Oh no, Refuse. Very, very unfortunate for that man. I don't think that vehicle is going to work anymore.
Yeah, I think he's pretty
This
much
probably
there.
sucks.
I believe we've got...
This is probably the worst feeling playing in Miramar. Honestly, trust me, you definitely don't want your vehicle to get stuck in that weird spot. But look at this, the team number 15. They finally found a way to take down Team Red, and I believe Team Red has been completely eliminated as well. And now the fight's coming up. Team Force, Team Fusion Station rather, they're on the receiving end of a lot of shots. Team Erangel as well, struggling to keep up their players. One player has been knocked out. I believe he's going to be revived, but do they have company?
So Ute will be back up on his feet now. Does manage to get that first aid. They are going to need it to move a little bit forward, though, to get themselves into zone. Is it going to be into another team, though? Having to push over this ridge line. They do continue to push to higher ground, so this should be okay. But it looks down on the southern side, and it is going to start to get really hot and heavy. Mom now gets dropped. Unfortunately, does get taken down by We1 from XB Blood Legion. XB Blood Legion looking to push on to this compound held by Seal. So we do have...
Oh my...
Ankle on that back line. No, Seal, they are in trouble. They got 2 down at the moment. We've got Baron with the nades. Can he make this connect? It really does need it to connect to hold back XB Blood Legion. Gyro now pushing on up. Looks like Baron beat an injury. Gets spotted. Unfortunately, will be taken down by Gyro. And that puts Seal in trouble with just 1 player left standing, I believe.
Team XBBL, they've been absolutely brilliant. From the top line, from the top, Team I8 haven't really been providing a lot of third-party trouble for them. So this basically means that they had to take this 1v2 fight in Team XBBL. They obliged Team C. They just want to fall back. Erangel, I believe, is already gone. He did have the bike, and he has escaped out of the situation. Mum has been left stranded in this compound. 1v3 situation for him, and it might even be worse. It can be a possible 1v4, but no, Gyrox been confirmed over there. Erangel elsewhere. Team C Lines, Riley confirming the kill for him. Bad stuff. Bad stuff. Sharpex elsewhere as well. Force Future Station struggling real hard at this point.
They definitely are. But center zone is going to be held by ELEMENTRIX. So great move forward from a couple of players there. They really need to get the rest of the squad in. But CO9 coming in with some big sprays out on that southern side, looking to gatekeep. So we do have BTW now rotating in the distance as well. But Seal 9, they will hold this southern portion of the zone with just their 2-player strong squad.
They do have a lot of teams that they can potentially gatekeep, right? They do have, I believe, Team XBBL coming through, but they do have I8 coming through as well, and all of those players are going to pop off that cliff, and if they can hold this position perfectly, they can take down a lot of kills in the process. They already have 5 kills, right? Team C line, they've been absolutely ruthless as of now. They got the chicken in the first game, and in this game as well, they did lose 2 players, Amra and Inky. They're not there, but Riley and Monkey, they've been absolutely fire. Look at this, so Inertion still trying to make their presence felt. They do have 2 players knocked down, only 1 player, that's Fragger, still up and kicking. He will try and revive those players, but is this vantage point really a good position to hold? I don't think so, because Team ELEMENTRIX is definitely under their nose, and this might be the inception of another fight for them.
So Inertia, unfortunately, they were forced to choose who they were going to get that revive, and they will have to run headlong into XB Blood Legion. And it is going to be I8 as well. I8, though, do come out on top. Crypto went down in the process, but unfortunately, Inertia do get eliminated in 9th position. 8 teams down, remain 20 players left alive. We've got FS on the high side at the moment, looking directly above DS, but the southern side, that's where the action is really happening at the moment with I8. Still yet to come in behind XB Blood Legion. We've got, big shots coming in over the top. FS getting yet another kill. DS taken out as well.
I mean, this team is completely butchering down teams one by one. First, they take down Team I8 in the process, and then they take out Team TS as well. Entry with 3 kills, Magnet with 1 kill. This team looks fire right now. 4 players up and kicking. They have this perfect position as well, but they are yet to make their presence felt inside the circle. They need to push forward, but they don't really have a lot of company, right? They have to take all these vehicles up and running, probably set up a camp, and then they can hold their position up till eternity. That's the point. They do have this ridges to play across, and they can certainly create a barrier for themselves with the vehicles. They do have Team ELEMENTRIX right next to them. Team XBBL as well, trying to set up something. Monkey with a grenade. A big grenade comes in, Liquid being blown apart right now. This is the opportunity for C9 to kind of break through this road and probably go up with an offense. But look at this though. They spot down Leo, and he's been completely taking down Liquid. Be spotted, but he's been knocked out. I guess it's about time he's going to bleed out to death.
Surely going to be eliminated. That opens the door for CO9 to push on up, but they still do have FS directly in front, and obviously a couple of players from ELEMENTRIX just on their rear to A now, looking to push on up on the far side as well. Cage gets downed. FS, they are really the team at the moment, though, as they have managed to pull this center zone for the next one. Can they keep control of the phase 6 of the match? That's really what it's going to come down to.
Look at this, though. Entry trying to set up the flank angle. The frontal offense is absolutely insane. The grenade comes in from Magnet. Entry with scintillating, with pristine rifling action. Entry yet again. He takes on Monkey, and this time it's going to be Team C9. Team Future Station,
yes, all the
wipe the hell out of Team C9 out of existence, out of the server, lights out, there you go. Team Future Station, 11 kills, after dominance, 2 teams survive. Team ELEMENTRIX just waiting to get preyed upon. 1 player goes down, Sus all by himself, the vehicle explodes, and there goes Team Future Station. What a victory, Segi, what a victory. My brains are out. My brains are literally out.
That was just utter dominance towards the final stages of that match by Future Station. That was insane. They just absolutely smashed all those teams. They got the position. They had that higher ground position. They were able to shoot ELEMENTRIX in the back, and that really opened them the door for those guys to push to that southern portion of zone and essentially gatekeep all those teams. But they weren't even really gatekeeping. They pushed out of zone to take all those teams down on that southern side. So what can you say about that? That was just superior gun skills, really, when it comes down to it at the end, and superior positioning coming out from Future Station. So, great game. Congratulations to Future Station for taking the chicken dinner in game 2.
Absolutely. I'm going to take the second one, actually, because the fact that they had superior positioning enabled them to get those kills, right? They were just about like 2-4 kills right at the end of it. And then when they pushed in, right, they decide to stay passive all the way through the start and just wait to pull their trigger. When they do pull the trigger, though, they completely eliminate the existence of every single team. And it wasn't really like they were pushing in squads, right? They knew that, all right, most of the teams are weakened. They just scrambled those kills, scavenged those kills out of weakened teams and got so many on board. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, our second map of Miramar is actually done and dusted. It's Team Future Station 1952 who get the winner chicken dinner. We're going to be back with more action on the map of Sanhok. Till then, it's going to be time. We're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Lost in a city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Galaxy Races Shootout. We did finish 2 games in the map of Software, Erangel and Miramar, and next up it's going to be Sanhok. Now, these jungles, Seki, are dangerous. Those are dark, and you can find snakes anywhere. What is your call on the map of Sanhok, and what do you expect? Which team do you think is having high odds of winning this one?
This one's a really tough one to call because you generally do see fights in the early stages, and most of the teams are going to be fighting on their feet pretty much the whole way in once the zones really do start to shift after, or phase 1 phase 1 will start to kick off, I have no doubt. But once you get into phase 2, phase 3, it just will be pretty much non-stop wall-to-wall action. As for teams that I think will get up, I'm thinking that we might see Seal 9 get back up on this one. What's your call?
Seal 9. I feel like Seal has actually done a good job. Seal 9 though, the gun game has been absolutely ruthless. I feel like Seal Esports on one hand, they've been good in terms of their positioning. Seal 9 has been absolutely ruthless in terms of their gun game. Anything can happen in this map, honestly, because just like you mentioned, the initial stages, there are fights, of course, but when the circle starts to shrink, when there are snakes everywhere, you can't really expect who's going to come out from the push, right? But again, in talking about this map in larger perspective, this map is a smaller map, right? The flight path, I mean, it doesn't really matter much because you get to your drop location either way and you start getting your loot, but just like you go to your drop location, you also get to those initial fights. If you get to survive that, possibly you might be able to transform yourself and possibly put yourself in a position where you can get the winner chicken dinner.
And the teams transforming themselves, though, obviously Future Station, the momentum they had after game 2, they are really another team that we can't discount. That's for sure. If they can continue on with how they played at the final stages of that last match, if they can sort of go uncontested in those early stages and come in to the final moments of the match with a full 4-man squad, who knows? They might be able to go back to back. Maybe that might be what we see.
It definitely is a possibility because they had a very good gun game in the later stages of that initial map, right? They went completely unnoticed in the start. They got a few kills here and there, but they literally had like 2 or 3 kills. But when they stepped onto that gas, they absolutely ditched everybody. And that can happen in the map of Sanhok because in the map of Sanhok, you expect to get into engagements. You expect to get into those early fights. You expect to get into late fights as well. And if Future Station can carry on, if Entry can continue with his pristine rifling action, if I believe it was Magnet can continue with his grenades as well, if he can connect those grenades perfectly, I don't think anybody can stop Future Station because 11 kills isn't a joke.
Yeah, as you said, though, when it comes to Sanhok, the utilities can become a real key aspect of the match, being the snake fest that it does becomes a pit of snakes towards the end, and you'll see plenty of throwables being used, and that can really change the game. One opportune nade can basically seal the deal for a chicken dinner for these guys. So will we see a lot of utilities used on Sanhok? I think we probably will.
Probably will. But again, it also kind of comes down to that early engagement in bootcamp. Expecting a lot of teams to kind of go there, possibly 2 or 3 teams in bootcamp, a land by situation maybe, and not just bootcamp. I feel like even Camp Anfuck, Camp Bravo as well, Painan, all these regions, these are possible hot drop locations. And when you think that into perspective, I feel like a lot of teams would want to go there. And I mean, what comes as the outcome of that? Early fights. And I love that. Well, flight path. It kind of starts off from, I believe, Banta and goes towards Hathi. Now, a very vertical flight path. What's your call on it, Segi?
Yeah, so it pretty much does split the map down the middle. It's obviously, as we said, or touched on, it is the smallest map. You can jump wherever you want, regardless of where that flight path is. So it's not going to matter too much, but it does look like we will see a PTW. They are going to be jumping early. They'll be hitting around the docks area. I'm really keen to see who is going to drop on top of each other. It does look like XBBL Legion, and they are going to head to Painan. Now, that is a great place to rotate out of. Obviously, you can go down to the southwestern island easy enough, or to the mainland. If it goes up to the northwest, that's when life becomes difficult from that sort of position. But in saying that, you could push all the way over to the west to push up to the north. So I do like that position, and it does look like they are going to have company there with BABLU. Look at that zone again.
PUBG
very
Mobile gods.
northerly zone. It's nasty.
PUBG Mobile.
They are in a bad mood today.
Yeah, absolutely. From Miramar to Sanhok, they have literally same mood, honestly. I mean, they just want these players to struggle. But talking about struggle team, Immersion, look at that. I believe they could probably taking down 2 players by 2 different teams. I'm not really sure what they're up against or even where did they land. But now Newt comes in with return on the deuce. Some early fight going on. Is it in boot camp? That's the question. Team Future Station as well against CL9. Armor has been confirmed. Oh my god, this is absolute destruction. Even in boot camp, we have 2 teams, and they are battling out. It looks like it's ASTRA Academy versus Team DS Gaming. But it's not where all the action is happening. It's happening nearby Paradise Resort and everywhere nearby. Look at this, Team Seal. They're probably going up against Team ASTRA Academy, Team 2A rather.
Doesn't look like that is the case. XBBL Blood Legion, though, down at Painan. Looks like they haven't lost a lot of players, but Red and FS up on that northern position in a great spot for this next zone. But we do have, obviously, Reefus now forced to take the fight. He is being hunted. He's got a full 4-man squad chasing him down. It is the likes of Seal and Reefus. He pulls out the DBS. That is the perfect weapon to try and clutch up as Seal looks to breach his building. You've got Barron.
Go for it.
He's going to push in the door. He pushes in, and Reefus gets 2 out, but unfortunately he will be found. He will be found.
Oh, man. Oh, dude, they're fisting this man to oblivion. Sad end to that story, but I feel like he died like a brave warrior. He did try his best over there with a shotgun, but that's about it. Team C absolutely shut down with Team 2A. Another ASTRA Academy. They do have the MT49 to work with, and we know for a fact that this weapon does have some serious power. It can pack a punch, and you might not even expect.
So Seal looks like they will start to push on out to the east. It's probably ideal for these guys to actually hold this compound, looking at where this zone is. You can see 2A, they are up on the high side at the moment. They're still just chilling, but I'm curious about what is happening with FS Gaming just out to the eastern side. Did they manage to come out on top? Because if you can hold that position they were in, will be looking in a great spot. So you can see Red currently surrounded by FS Gaming, center zone. I feel like that is a pivotal fight. And will we see teams push up, right up to that northern coast? So Anubis, unfortunately, has been taken down by Magnet. And he's got Just Walker in front now.
Oh my god, look at this entry. His position is pristine. Anubis being shut down completely. Magnet getting the kill for himself. Adil has been knocked out as well. Team Red, they're definitely struggling. Walker, the only guy who is still surviving this onslaught. Team Future Station, in perfect position. They've got Magnet, they've got entry, they've completely surrounded this guy. One proper nade and he would be completely blown off proportions, but just holding on. The UZI gets one wonderful stuff onto Magnet. Can he double up on it? That's the question.
Laser.
This man is brilliant. He does have entry close up, but Walker can certainly turn this around. He'll try and confirm the kill and hurt the Future Station as much as possible. He does have no company on this side of the compound. So entry as well as the other guy, Wine. Both of them have to push up real hard. Getting an AK spray comes in and C-Wine. Or no, it's not C-Wine, it's entry. Who completely wide swings the hell out of Walker.
So we do have a few teams going out of the south. And CS look to migrate north. DEMIGOD, though, looks like they are in trouble. They're just down to just one player. It's Ray that's holding it down to compound. DS just hovering on the high side out to the west. DS still want to push forward up north, and that's going to be into the hands of the remaining players of Future Station. Still just unable to get angles on as yet. We're down to 13 teams already.
Quick, just like we expected to be, but DEMIGOD just holding this position. They do have company on their backline, so Team C, they can definitely push up to them at any moment. But Future Station, yeah, this team has been absolutely good, but they've lost players in the process. Well, C-Wine with the QBZ, a big risk up against Team DS Gaming. They do know for a fact that they are hurt. They're a 2-man roster, but up against a fully healthy side of DS Gaming, this is going to be a very risky choice. They've given away their position. Missile just waiting for that opportunity, kind of probably seek some prey in the waters, but nah. Falls back.
This is some risky moves coming out of the moment. We do have Infinity going up against ASTRA Academy down south, but let's check out this fight as these teams do try and push their way into zone as PTW into trouble now. Ruby, last one standing, unfortunately does get eliminated. It'll be Deuce grabbing themselves 4 kills in the earliest. No, they're already up to 8 kills, so those guys have been on fire. Sanchia in at bootcamp does get eliminated, and that's going to be Infinity. We'll go down to just 1.
2 squad wipes. This is literally the first circle, and we yet to kind of yet to see the second circle as well. The bootcamp fight as well. Team Infinity, they've lost 2 players, 7, the last player surviving. They do have Senator and the rest of Team ASTRA Academy in position. We do have Team BABLU as well, but look at this. The Senator is actually pushing in. They know exactly where 7 is. Will they try and use some grenades? They don't have one. Okay. Just behind the door. Bad stuff, but 7 couldn't really capitalize on that opportunity. 1 player goes down, but that's about it. Team DS, they can definitely capitalize on this because they do understand the Team ASTRA Academy is hurt from this engagement. But up again, they are against Team BABLU.
So DS also looking to come in the mix on that northern side. But ASTRA does look like BABLU do want to kick these guys while they're down. Obviously, Senator back up on his feet now. But Scry, unfortunately, does get caught out as Pika pushes in with the UMP. Unfortunately, he doesn't manage to find shots, but it will be the third party coming out from DS. Missile! Managed to get Pika down. The ASTRA Academy now down to 2 out on that western side. So they'll be looking to play spoiler now.
Wow. Missile with missile rifling action gets both of them, gets BABLU Wolf, gets another one as well. Missile is going to confirm kill on Pika. He's definitely hurting both BABLU as well as ASTRA Academy. A player of that caliber. Look at this though. Danny struggling to keep up. The grenades coming flying. Team BABLU definitely pinned into a corner. Just trying to survive this. 1 player is going to be revived. I guess all of them are going to be revived. If I'm not mistaken. But Team DS, they're actually pushing in. Look at this though. DS4L has pushed up. Can certainly cause a lot of problems for them if they don't really expect them. Team DS, they're right underneath Team BABLU at this point. Just waiting for them to pop off one by one. Spot out with a grenade, cooking it perfection.
Ooh,
and one swings and gets BABLU Pika. Beautiful, beautiful spray down. Danny swing for opportunity. Spray down as well. But look at this though. Completely pinned down. Team DS Gaming popping from everywhere and they completely wiped the floor with Team BABLU. No repercussions whatsoever. Wolf, the last one standing. No one being hurt. Missile, the only player who's been knocked out. No kills for Team BABLU. Absolutely denied.
BABLU Wolf just hiding in the corner at the moment. While DS continue to move on around. DS is about to be found. 4L goes. What a spin. Wolf gets eliminated. BABLU go out in 11th position. ASTRA Academy now looking to push into the main area of bootcamp. Top leading that charge. Followed closely behind Senator as they look to push up into that second story. That is going to be occupied by DS. Senator, he's got nades at the ready. But will they be able to get them on to DS?
Missile. Oh my god. From elsewhere. It's not ASTRA Academy. It's Joyrock from XBBL. The last remaining player. He will take down at least 1 kill with him. Unfortunate for Missile over there. That's a silver lining for Team ASTRA Academy because I believe they're a 2-man roster and 1 man being taken down. This kind of is a very realistic opportunity for them. A 2v3 clash required of Team ASTRA Academy to survive this. Sanhok map top comes in from elsewhere. Team ASTRA Academy just holding the ground floor again. Not venturing too far ahead. Goes for the white swing. Doesn't connect a lot of shots over there. But Senator being taken down. A lot of responsibility come on top at this point. Sporter being knocked out. Senator being knocked out. Only 1 player surviving. Stop. This is going to be the perfect opportunity for ASTRA Academy, but no. It's ZZP who comes in. I believe it's Gyrox as well. Grenade comes in from XBBL. Wait, what? This is absolute madness happening in boot camp. Oh my god, Seki.
ZZP down to an absolute slither of health as well after Gyrox pushes on arm. It's only going to take just about a breath to knock over ZZP there. But it does look like we do have another engagement going at the moment. It's Deuce going at it yet again with I8 on the hillside. And we do have Deuce on the low side at the moment. Can I8 hold these guys down? And we've got a nice flank out as well for Deuce at the moment. Running a 2x2.
Team number 5, Team I8 just holding back. Team 2's pristine position. They do know where exactly Team I8 is and just waiting for them to pop off. I mean, this is probably the second circle and we can already see the Snake Fest starting, isn't it, Segi? I mean, look at this. Johnny just wanting to hide himself. I mean,
So
did get one pick over there, but Crypto has been knocked out, and this doesn't really look very healthy. Savage with the grenade, confirming that kill. Case. This is the perfect opportunity for Team Juice to actually push. And number 16, look at that jump spray coming in. Case. He means business, and he does get business over there. Johnny, all by himself, does have the AK to work with, but no way he's going to take down 3 players all by himself. And it's all Kise, if I pronounce the name right. Look at the amount of kills they have. 12 kills. Wait, what? Team DS, 10 kills? This has been a frag fest for them. It's a manslaughter.
So Zeus obviously enjoying the sweaty weather at the moment. They are turning up the heat. There is no doubt about it. As we've got a seal in a center zone position. Obviously the place where Future Station did drop. Future Station jumping or pushing out to the north a little bit with the lower numbers. Obviously only with 2 players remaining. But most of the teams now fairly split. So we'll wait to see whether the next zone goes and where is that going to force these teams to come together. Who's going to get the advantage of the blessings from the zone god?
Yeah, but again, this map has actually been pretty quick, honestly. Didn't expect 7 teams and 18 players to survive at the end of this brawl happening. Now that most of the herd has been cleared out, I feel like it's going to be a very, very slow affair. Most of the teams will try and hold their position. And since there's so much space around, there's no compulsion as well for teams to kind of go out for there and hunt for kills, right? And that basically means that it's going to be practically slow. We can see Team ELEMENTRIX over there having a lot of compound to work with. I mean, they do have the territory, the entire territory of Hathin. Team Future Station don't have very major real estate, but yeah, they do have compounds to work with, and they hold that center circle, just like you mentioned. So they can stay in that position for a very, very long time, but I'm expecting few of the teams to actually go out hunting for. I mean, for example, look at Team Teus, right? They've got 12 kills. They are practically, I don't know, demolishing other teams. They can definitely go out hunting because their momentum has been that strong. Team Future Station, for that matter, they've got 11 kills in the last game. They can't go out searching for players and possibly go and take some kills because, I mean, they got 11 kills at the end of the last game, right? The end game was actually the phase where Team Future Station actually shined. And this, I would say, the start of the end game already because we only have 7 teams and 18 players left. So if they have to get kills, this is the moment for them to probably go out hunting. Not really sure a lot about ELEMENTRIX though, because we haven't really seen much of them. Their presence in the second game wasn't really all that relevant. I mean, in this map again, they didn't have to do much, right? They just pretty much dropped in the land of Hathin and stayed there for eternity, and now they are already in the top 7. So it has been an easy journey for them as of now. But yeah, few teams who are already warmed up in terms of getting the kills, getting the gun game right, they for sure can try and go out hunting for players. But it's going to be a very tough job, Segi. Look at this entire space. Like, this is just the third circle, and we only have 18 players scattered all around.
So Deuce now inching closer towards Seal. But you talk about teams that were hunting at DS, their rotations, I'm sure if you looked at the path of where they went, they pushed up north, they saw Future Station up north, and then decided to push all the way back down to boot camp and ended up clearing boot camp. I think we had, what, was it 7 teams possibly that went in or rotated through boot camp? That's absolute insanity. So it was just an absolute bloodbath when it came to boot camp. I did expect it to be a bloodbath, but definitely not as big a one as we did see. But Future Station, we've got ASTRA, or 2A now starting to push in on that northern side. They are trying to keep an eye out here, but DEMIGOD Ray, he spots out DS, just moving on through. He's just a lone ranger, though, after the rest of his squad has been wiped. Will he look to take shots and give away his position, or will he look to play the slow game? I think he'll be looking to play this slow game as we almost see where this next phase of the match does go.
Not really expecting a lot of snake fight in this one, honestly, because they don't really have the compulsion to go for snake, right? There isn't really a lot of teams. Look at this, it's a circle. I mean, I've lost hope already, Segi.
What is with these zones? They're
I
really the
have
biggest
lost hope.
curveballs that could be thrown today. Yeah, that's the biggest curveballs you could
BABLU.
see.
Through that, I mean, look at this. The first map was kind of relatively easy, right? It was pretty chill. Second game of Miramar, it was basically all water. In this map as well, it was all water. But then when we thought that it's going to stabilize, it's going to normalize as well, we come up with a hardship, which basically takes away the entirety of the mainland and goes completely towards the western side of the map. Didn't really expect that coming in. Look at this, the sea wine under the water. And just on top, I believe it's going to be Team ELEMENTRIX. Are they right on top of him? I don't think they're directly on top of him, but they're definitely close by.
So Twido from 2A will manage to be the first team other than ELEMENTRIX to make their way over to the Northwestern Highland where Zone has gone. I'm sure ELEMENTRIX, they'll be licking their lips with this Zone. I'm actually surprised they haven't pushed up more along the coastline, but they are obviously worried that they've got someone coming in on that rear side. FS now do manage to make their way across and do manage to find landfall underneath the bridge, embracing their inner troll, while Seal are going to hold that eastern side of that northern bridge.
I'm actually surprised the Team Future Station is actually still surviving. Where are the gunshots coming from? I believe it's ELEMENTRIX who's exchanging shots against possibly against Team ASTRA Academy or possibly against Team Deuce Game. Not really sure about that, but look at the stats, right? Segi, I mean, 12 kills for now. He all by himself, 5 kills. Kise, 3 kills. Savage, 1. They've been on fire today. Demigod, on the other hand, completely been shut down. I believe they lost every single fight they got into. And now Ree's the only person who's still surviving, right? And I'm not really sure what ASTRA Academy's Duido is. He's just basically surviving, looking for sharks in the water. And poor guy Ray. This man, he has 2 options right now. Getting taken down by Duido or getting taken down by water. Or possibly by the play zone. Which option would you choose, Seki, if you were in his position?
I think the players obviously to deny the kill, but he might actually make landfall. He's getting quite close there. He does deny Dwighto the angle, somehow managing to get across. But still, BURIRAM will be taken down by entry. So Future Station fighting back from underneath the bridge.
Interesting stuff. Future Station, they haven't made inside the circle as of yet. Again, another hard shift. This is absolute crazy. PUBG Mobile gods, what are you doing? Team C, though, BURIRAM being taken down, they are definitely exposed from the side of Team TS Gaming as well. They do know that they need to enter the side, and for that, they need to go through Team Future Station, which again is not really a very favorable option. They've been losing players once in a while, so Team Seal, yeah, it kind of looks a little sketchy for me as of now, but they have to cover a lot of distance in Team Deuce Gaming. They're already on the move. Again, through the waterways.
Jeez.
And now it's just 1. There's ELEMENTRIX as well. There's a presence of ASTRA Academy. There's a presence of Demigod as well. And it's all a frag fest where you can simply spray down Savage and Hain. And if that comes through, I believe that's going to dent Team Deuce Gaming for a winner with a chicken dinner quite a lot. Still not giving away his position to Edo. Not really sure what these players are planning, honestly.
Inception does manage to get Sporter down from DS. So I think DS are in struggle town.
Liquid!
At the moment, Guido does get eliminated. 2A goes out in 7th. So FS, they've got Seal just creeping on behind. You can see swimmers in the water. Will they be able to pop up on landfall, though? And get shots. Oh, no, they get denied straight up. Zaki goes down to see Wine from above. Wally now will be found out as well by entry. So FS managing to hold underneath the bridge. You've got BURIRAM that's going to be pushing on at top. Will FS manage to make it into zone, though, as this blue zone is forcing them out? C1 does manage to make it in. It looks like Seal, unfortunately, has been eliminated on the outside, out in the blue.
Yeah, it seems like. And that basically leaves the affair to 5 teams and 10 players. An average of 2, but we can already see that ELEMENTRIX are pretty healthy at this point. They have 3 players up and running, which basically should put them advantage again. A Kelly Seal on top of a roof. Interesting Segi, isn't it?
It is. I guess I'm really interested to see whether any angles will come out from the north from that position that could potentially play a spoiler. But at the moment, the zone is really just held by ELEMENTRIX. FS do manage to make their way on to the eastern side, right on that coastline. You're still going to have Deuce that'll be coming in from the north. DS have managed to wrap right around ELEMENTRIX somehow, and they'll be coming in from behind rocking that two-man squad, and they will need to move forward. And right now, as that zone is now starting to close on in, Hein, I think, is about to get caught out here and won't be able to get up this cliff face. So, unfortunately, Deuce will go down 2-1. Just Savage will remain for Deuce.
Pick him up, Savage. Help him. Picking up him. Oh, no. Poor guy. Just bleeding out all by himself. I mean, no support whatsoever. He's still trying to survive, though. Elsewhere, RNG actually gets Rain. That's Demigod completely eliminated.
Hein manages to get back up as well. So he's going to be on the edge of the zone. Will he make it in the time? But DS in trouble now. No, Hein does go down. DS do get eliminated there. They'll go out in fourth. We do have ELEMENTRIX still looking to control FS with a two-man squad, though. Can they come in and sweep up like they did in game number 2? That's now's really the time to do so, but it is going to be a hard push. Big Names coming in. It does just manage to miss C1. Somehow he managed to avoid that one. Molly's right on top, though. He's on fire, and that's Savage from a Deuce. Can that get the knock? No. C1 does somehow still manage to stay up after being hit directly by that Molly. Does look like we're starting to drop the backpacks, though. Snake mode is going to be engaged as C1 looks to fight back now. Big nades onto Savage. Savage goes down to about 28%. Will now look to get the first 8 on. Still outside the zone, and we'll need to move forward. So, ELEMENTRIX with the numbers advantage and the position advantage. Can they hold on and take this chicken dinner? Let's see how they do fare.
Definitely off a question. A 3v2v1 situation. Savage's position has been spotted, but he did tag that grenade earlier on. Now he needs to compromise. He needs to move in further. Will he go for a heal battle? That's definitely a question. We can get to see a heal battle, but ELEMENTRIX, they literally have the entirety of the zone. They have real estate to work with as well. Certainly, Team Future Station is at their mercy. Here comes Duo Savage, but apparently he's going to go down the play zone. 2v3 right now. Orange spots them, and everybody from Team ELEMENTRIX, they come together and they put an end to Team Future Station's miseries. 9 kills for Future Station, but that's about it. 8 kills for ELEMENTRIX, but they get the winner chicken dinner Segi. I feel like it has been quite an easy journey for ELEMENTRIX right from the start, because they had the circle. They had the mercy of the circle right from the start when they landed in on Hatin, and they didn't have to move an inch.
They did not have to move at all, and really, that's pretty much the zone God blessing was entirely on those guys. Really, when the zone does go to hard hit and you don't have a lot of teams on that northwestern island, generally you will see those teams be able to sort of capitalize on it, and ELEMENTRIX were able to just play that hand perfectly. They just held it down. They were sitting there patiently, and they managed to get themselves 8 kills as well, which is definitely nothing to sneeze at. So it was still a great game from ELEMENTRIX, even though they had it really, really easy for game 3.
Honestly, I didn't really expect teams not to challenge Team ELEMENTRIX on their home turf, right, on the territory of Hatin. I didn't really expect them to have such an easy time. I expected them, a lot of teams, including Future Station and Sea, to just rush into Hatin and probably take the fight to Team ELEMENTRIX, but that didn't really come through. And that is how Team ELEMENTRIX easily got their winner chicken in the map of Sanhok. We're going to come after a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, because 2 more maps are yet to come through. That's going to be Erangel and Miramar. My name is Salty, and with me is Segi. We'll see you right back.
a city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. City nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light. Like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Galaxy Racer Shootout. My name is Salt and with me is Segi. We got to see the first 3 maps of the day, and next up is going to be the start of the map cycle yet again. We're going to go back to Erangel, the homeland of PUBG Mobile. And the first map, it was probably won by, if I'm not mistaken, Segi, which was the team, if you do remember. I kind of have a very short memory.
CO9.
CO9. Yeah. So, I mean, CO9, they've been playing wonderfully throughout 3 different games, right? They were good in terms of the gun game, but I'm actually waiting for them to kind of start dominating. You know, they've been showing signs of getting that up there, you know, getting multiple chicken dinners, but we haven't really seen that come as of yet. We haven't seen any repeat winners. Is there going to be a repeated winner in the map of Erangel? That's definitely going to be a question. Will be answered in a very short while, but Segi, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I guess we did see a few early fights with teams dropping on each other. So will we see these teams go up against each other in the same positions? They try and battle it out to try and hold, I guess, what you would call their home turf sort of thing. So I guess we'll be really keeping a close eye on that in the initial stages. Obviously, Millie Base was a really big fight to start with. So that's going to be one of the regions that I'll be keeping an eye on, especially with the flight path. The flight path does need to go in that area. Probably about 75% of the time it's within jumping distance. So if that is the case, I do expect a fight to go down there. But team-wise, I don't think we're going to get a duo win from a squad. I think we will see a new winner as we come in to the 4th match of the Galaxy Racer Shootout. But whose games are going to be? I think I might go with XB Blood Legion this one.
XBBL, they've been good actually. They've been good in terms of getting their third parties connected, right? They've been pretty good in terms of sneaking by the opposition and probably smelling blood in the water and shooting and scavenging a lot of kills in the process. But we haven't really seen them completely dominate a proper 4v4 fight in terms, right? I mean, we haven't really seen them dominate an actual fight as of yet. So it's going to be definitely a big question mark on if Team XBBL will be able to kind of make their presence felt in this map. Because, of course, if we follow the trend of the first map cycle, if we follow the trend of the first Erangel map that we got to see, I believe the flight path can possibly do anything. I feel like there's going to be a lot of early fight action, and here we go right at the bat. I mean, again, a very southern flight path, and looks like military base is going to be up for contention yet again. And I'm actually waiting, Segi, to see the Circle, honestly, because we've seen Circle pull in a rabbit out of the hat 2 times out of 3. And in this map of Erangel, I'm expecting that to happen as well. But yeah, the southern flight path completely takes away 70 shooting range, Zarki out of the equation. Even Yasnaya, for that matter, is very, very difficult to reach. So most of the action is going to be close to military base, Pochinki, Gatka, Query, and etc.
Yeah, well, I'm expected to see it go all the way up to Zaverdi, to be honest, the way it's been going with those zone gods. Fairly angry. It looks like we've got ASTRA Academy. They're going to drop to Novo. I8, they are going back down to Millie Base. I can't see anyone as yet underneath, but there still could be someone pushing down there, as we do have a lot of teams obviously migrating north, dropping around the shelter farm area at the moment, or even Milta. It does seem like we will see a lot of players dropping on each other as they try and get themselves vehicles to get to their chosen drop locations. Even in the later
see what happens with Query, honestly. Yeah, I mean look at this though. Novo and military base not heavily contested, right? I mean, it's I8 and ASTRA Academy all the way. Both these 2 teams, I feel like they will be able to rotate back to the mainland with fair ease. I mean, if of course Circle favors the mainland, but look at the entire density of teams out there in the mainland. Look at this. Inside of Query, we do have 3-4 teams. Primox does have 1. Demigods feel 2 demigods rather in very close proximity, which might cause a very early action against them. And I'm really actually worried about Team Seal for the moment, because they're quite split out. And if they get stranded between these plethora of demigod players that they find around them, this is going to be a death game for them. But Zahi, oh my god, he actually finds 1. Knocks 1 player, will be pushing forward to confirm the kill for himself, but I'm not really sure where the rest of the demigod players are. I can definitely see Nifty close by, trying to make his presence felt, trying to go after Baron. Does have that UMP to work with. Just waiting for the perfect opportunity to land that shot, but no way. He has been blown apart, Team Seal. Look at Baron. He's strolling. He's strolling Nifty. He's punching him. Oh.
So DEMIGOD will lose another player. Seal managed to secure another kill. Deuce, they're already going at it again as well. We did see them come in swinging. Saying that they had such a great game in game 3. They are going to be one to watch as well. But DEMIGOD and the quarry area, chances are we will see a few more players picked off. We're still quite close. And it looks like we do also have D down towards Primorsk. So potential action as they do leave that Primorsk area. But it looks like XB Blood Legion, they will be going at it early on as well. Split around the school, Roshok area, and all these players pretty much with the one player on them, which is pretty disastrous for XB Blood Legion being so split.
Team Deuce and Team Red are actually going at each other right now. They've been exchanging trades and knocks in for quite some time and haven't been able to see that action on our cams as of yet. But I'm expecting we'll shift back. But is it required? Not really, because Kage is under fire. Definitely some bike action, fast and furious. Team PG. The shots were there, the lead was definitely there, but not enough to get the kill. Okay, B1 getting knocked out. Kage comes off the bike, gets one for himself. Will he get the second one? Leo quite heavily. Here comes Kage. No way. The AKM just way too strong for the Uzi, but that's about it. Team ASTRA Academy very painstaking close against Team XBBL. This can be a very bad stuff for them. They do have the SKS to work with. Look at so much bullets being spammed on Krita, or rather, Krita's the one who's spamming the bullets. Pardon me.
What a great spray coming out from Krita. But XP Blood Legion now in a lot of trouble. Dominic is down as well. It is Gyro X. The last one standing, pushes on out. Guido now looks to hunt him down as Gyro still continues to try and mow the lawn to hold these guys back. But small, low tosses come out from Guido. Will it hit the mark? Gyros being the aggressor in the situation, they push it over that ridgeline. Will manage to find Guido, but he will get done by the third party after getting a knock. It was Retus that did manage to get the confirm. Unfortunately, XB Blood Legion going out in 13th position. I think there's a bit of casting curse going on. It's the last couple of matches that the teams I called went out pretty much first.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is the thing, right? The casting curse. But look at this, the Team BG. They have one player knocked down, but I believe he's going to get revived and the team is going to stabilize back. But talk about Team ASTRA Academy. They've closed the distance quite too much. And if Rufus can close the distance, possibly get another knock, possibly can create some space between them and the other team, they can definitely push up. But they do have team number 12. And yeah, so this basically is a player, Senpai. He's from the same team as well. So definitely the cover fire is there. But taking him down is going to be the first task for them. The SKS. Oh, pristine. Tagging Senpai down to possibly 5%. But he's gonna stabilize with a medkit if he does have one. He has one.
So Astra now looking to move. Where are they going to go though? Are they going to be aggressive? I'd say they will. I don't think they will sort of pull out on this fight. They are getting themselves looted up, and as you can see, Cage just peeking on over on that ridge line now. He's got Icy down below. Icy not giving any angles just yet. He's getting himself ready to move. It looks like he's actually trying to see over the top of this building at the moment. Interesting angle, interesting spot to be able to try and get information from Icy there.
Absolutely. Absolutely, but I guess the best case scenario for Team BG is to fall back because, again, they try and do anything. They're going to be sprayed down upon by lead. And look at this, Rufus just starting to create that angle, starting to create that aggressive twist, bring that twist in this fight, but he has to be aware of 9K as well as Senpai. He knows that there is a flank angle set up already, so he's gonna go on a manhunt. This is an absolute assassination. I'm not really sure if he's gonna be successful. Rufus just crashes into Senpai, sprays him, tags him quite a bit, but doesn't really manage to land the knock. That's about it. Tags him on quite a bit, 50% HP, buys himself some time, but 9K, they don't really spot this guy, and he comes in from behind Cage, being taken down. This man has been silent as of now, but look at this. He ensures that he gets a pick, and he does get one, and Senpai comes in to scavenge the leftovers. Rufus up on top, but Senpai gets tagged. Critter from a distance with the SKS, completely shutting down Senpai, knocked out. But that's about it. Miracle 1 is going to come to his rescue, or does he? He's quite away from the fight, but he can definitely take out the back lines. Critter might be under fire from Miracle 1. What do you think, Segi?
The thing that really impressed me out of that fight, even though it was failed, was the synergy that ASTRA Academy had. Did you see how synergized Reefus and Co was when they did go into the push? Reefus gets found out, though, will go down, and the Night K will manage to get another kill there for BG. But the slam on that fence line was perfectly timed. They're coming together. Icy now goes down to Dwighto as they will look to put the pressure back on it to BG. So even though they've lost 2 players, they are still in for the hunt here. We've got Critter. He's got the nade. Will he be able to make this one count, though? Senpai jumps out the window. Unfortunately, that nade will fail as Critter tries to get a spray on. So do have to dance around now. Senpai in the building, inside the building at the moment, while Critter pushes on out. He will have one. The 9K now in view. Doesn't manage to get the shots on as he peeks on around the corner. The 2 do now push around, and Senpai will go down. It's just 9K left up. Will he be able to clutch this one up? BG in trouble now. They're down to 1 at tap, and Critter will unfortunately go down, maybe with 1 HP. Clutches up to a eliminating 12th. What a clutch up from maybe 9K. I did not expect him to win that one, but he managed to come out swinging. Seal, Demigod, they are coming together. It does look like it is in the final throes of this fight as they look to take control of this warehouse. Demigod with 2, Seal with a full 4-man squad. Wally pushes on up. We've got 1 down, but it's going to be said. The flashback goes in with the drop shot, gets it confirmed on Wally. He's got 2. What Ankle now will push in and clean up the scraps. Seal are about to get the revive, and unfortunately, Demigod, they will be eliminated in 11th.
Team Seal, perfect execution from them. Team Juice actually this time around 4 kills, 4 initial kills just like usual for them, but a trade-off for Blinks and Heen. They don't really survive the onslaught now. A 4-kill 2-player loss, this can definitely turn to hurt Team Juice when they go on to the later stages of the game. But for now though, they do have threats around. They do have ASTRA Academy here and there. Team 2A still trying to close the distance in top from a different angle completely. This can kind of overwhelm Team Deuce for a moment, I guess, if they're getting pushed in from 2 directions. I mean, top from one side and the rest of the 3 players from the other direction. But top quite out in the open can be quite risky for him if he gets spotted. But no real offense, no real threat to Deuce as of yet. It's just Team ASTRA Academy lingering here and there, just trying to make their presence felt and trying to create a sense of paranoia in the minds of the Deuce players. I mean, look at this Savage and the other player. Both of them are quite split out, right? They are in different compounds, holding different blocks. But in case ASTRA Academy decides to push in with a vehicle or something like that, I feel they won't really have that time. And here comes they just send in the buggy comes in. Senator Savage jumps down. I'm not really sure if KP is going to be able to provide support because he's way too much worried about top. Savage all by himself, 2 players right on him, tries to isolate them 1 by 1. He can exterminate them if they give him 1v1 peaks, but that's about it. The win condition is serious. Team Deuce, they need to isolate these players and they need to win these duels as well. Again, the grenades come in and Senator just blows Savage apart. No guns needed, no bullets needed because the grenades are going to do the job, and only 1 player surviving. That's going to be KP. All by himself, a 1v4 required off of him. The wall pick is gonna come through. No way he's gonna win that one because top is gonna spray him down.
So early exit for Zeus, unfortunately, going out in 10th position. That's not what we've been seeing so far. We do have FS. They're holding the Pachiki Hills at the moment. So they are in a solid position to move out when we do see phase 2 of the match, and there it is. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty much centered around that position. You've got the compounds just out to the east of the Pachinki Hills there. That's really the center zone ground. But Amok now starting to come in from that eastern side. Will they end up running into the likes of I8 or potentially even ASTRA Academy? I feel like those 3 teams are on a bit of a collision course at the moment, and we may see some action happening very, very shortly. over on the eastern side of the map.
Again, Pochinki being occupied by Future Station. Now, we've seen them do this quite a lot, right? They've been getting into the central positions, central zones, and just trying to hold on as long as possible there. They try and stay silent for almost the entire duration of the game, and then when the final stages come in, they just try and go ham on the other teams and try and scavenge as much as they can. Now, that's definitely a good strategy for the most part. Sometimes the initial passive approach can definitely come to hurt them, because if a team comes in and pushes on them, I don't really believe they will be in the right minds to kind of take the fight onto. But they don't really have a lot of serious threat against them. Mostly it's Seal, Team PG, Seal 9. Most of them, they're just circling around that central area of Pochinki, but nobody's still going in for that aggressive approach. Now, I'm really excited about Team Seal, honestly, because this is one team. I mean, we've seen Team Seal 9 perform, but we haven't really seen Seal perform to their fullest, right? They've been good. They've been playing in proper positions. Their gun game is on point as well. It's just the fact that as a unit, they're yet to kind of prove if they can really thrive on this particular lobby. And I believe they do have what it takes. It's just that final push. What are your thoughts on it, Segi?
Definitely. Obviously, Seal, this squad has been together. They've been playing for a very long time together. So the synergy between these players would be extremely good. It's just whether they can sort of capitalize on these zones. And yeah, pushing towards that center zone position now, they are looking pretty good. But it's still starting to condense up on that eastern side. You can see we've got I8 just appearing on down towards ASTRA Academy, I believe. Out in, they're up at the northern side. I think it is a mark now that's getting tagged up. I believe both squads here raining down the fire from the north, and a mark, they are pretty much pinned down in these warehouses. So at the moment, they've got nowhere to go.
Absolutely. I don't even believe, even if they have an exit vehicle, it's really hard for them to kind of escape the bullets that are going to come their way. And the fact that they've been completely tagged, the fact that the position has been kind of given out, I believe it might lay the foundation that INES is going to come and push onto them. Again, we need to find out if Team Zeri I8 will fancy the opportunity to go out against them. Look at this, the Lonely still trying to take a peek against Team ASTRA Academy, and it's not just I8 in here, it's ASTRA Academy as well, and they're definitely kicking in. I mean, look at this, Amok. A lot of tags being exchanged, a lot of bullets being exchanged out of now by Team 2A. They're just fancying their chances, I guess. They do know that there is a team out there tagging them quite a little bit, but I don't think, Segi, that this team is going to push in through, because they don't really have compelling reasons to do so. They don't really want to go out to the edge of the circle and probably hold their position. They have a lot of compounds that are available. Only 9 teams are surviving this circle. So yeah, I mean, it pretty much makes sense that this team is going to move away, but in the process, Pika gets knocked out. But just like I mentioned, I mean, this is just going to be a trade of knocks in utility, and no fruitful outcome is going to come on the end of this.
No, definitely not. What surprised me too, I guess with this compound, it's very difficult. You have to use the same windows. You've really only got the one window to push on out. But these guys from ASTRA Academy really can't pick the same window twice. Otherwise, you're going to have lead definitely flying away. And we're seeing that the guys from Mark, they are sort of getting tagged up a little bit in the process when they do peek those windows. They'll be probably losing helmets by the time they leave that compound if they do continue to peak. I think for the time being, they just really need to hunker down and try and go for the later stages rather than whittling away at all their kit, all their helmets and vests.
I mean, a very passive approach, honestly, for most of the teams right there. I mean, they don't really have to fight against a lot of teams at this point. Most of them just staying safe, just staying calm and retaining that 4-man roster they have up and running. And now, this is a trend which didn't really continue, Sagi. I mean, look at this. We have 9 teams and 34 players, which apparently is almost like a 4-man up and running roster, right? Only 2 teams have 3 men left. And that is one of the reasons why we might see a lot less action, right? Because there's a lot less teams and a lot more players available in the server right now. And I mean, it's a good thing, honestly, because I feel like when that happens, you do have proper 4v4 fights between teams, and that kind of enables you to take a more strategical approach instead of just relying on half-blood princes and clutches in individual positions. But this war between ASTRA Academy and Amok has been just extending for way too long, and the circle moves away from Pochinki this time around, moving towards a little bit towards Query, between Query and Pochinki. So that open area is gonna draw a lot of attention, but I don't really think there's a lot of real estate there to occupy. So most of the entire last circle fight is going to be out in the open, out in these plain fields.
It definitely does look like it's heading in that direction. Seal obviously getting a center zone on this one, so they'll be quite happy with the zone gods for phase 3 of this match. And does look like we've got DEMIGOD now starting to line up fairly close. But BG and Seal 9 set to come together. Seal 9 have rocked up into the compound of Miracle. The rest of the squad still looking to push on up to provide that support. Miracle looks to get a nade in on to Seal 9. Amra is going to be the one in the sights here. Will he get a knock? He does get a big nade in, but it doesn't manage to get a knock. Miracle, though, will go down to Amra's nade. And unfortunately for BG, they're going to go down to just 2 players. Senpai in the distance. He's down to 1 at tap as well. They obviously won't now push in to this compound. They'll just try to avoid and get themselves in to zone somewhere else.
Action elsewhere. We have Team BG, who is definitely struggling. They do have cover with a boulder and a tree, but most of it is just an illusion, because most of it is just smoke. Look at this throw inside the shack. There's another guy who's been knocked out, and Team Seal definitely spraying them down quite a lot, but no aggression as of yet, apart from those long distance fights. We've seen a lot of this as of now. We've seen a lot of long distance fights. We've seen a lot of spray downs happen in this lobby, but no team just really determined to just push forward and probably take the fight to the opposition as of now. Team BG, they're going to survive to fight another day, but how long? That's definitely a question, because they are being circled by a lot of teams, and one of the most important threat that's going to come across their way is going to be Team C9, and they definitely have been spotted. And if not knocks, I definitely can feel like they are going to take away their vehicles. And if that's the case, if they get pinned down completely in this small little shack, I believe that's going to be game over and lights up for Team BG.
I think you're 100% correct there. Obviously, it has been a really different story from Game 1 with Game 4 here. These teams are holding it back a little bit. I think we're in the final stages of the zone. We are going to see a lot of teams there. We've got 9 teams left, 33 players left alive. Inky obviously taking a few big shots, trying to get the spray down and trying to get a knock on a BG in that little shack. Still unable to find players as yet. The 2 players still just hunkering down for the time being. Inky still just mowing the lawn, doesn't manage to find those players as it is unoccupied in that open field. But a lot of teams, they will be progressing into zone around about now. So still, it is just tapping away. Unfortunately for BG, their vehicles are pretty much disabled. A mark now coming in on that western side. Will they look to try and get a bit of a third party onto the likes of Seal 9? I think they will be able to sort of spot them out in the distance, potentially. It will be the same deal, though. Some long-range engagements, if that is going to be the case. So most of the teams, very, very spread out. That's for sure. Finding their own areas to work with, which is
exactly. I mean, that is one of the reasons why. I mean, we've seen this entire phase of just holding play, right? We haven't seen teams aggressing forward, and there's no reason, honestly, to aggress forward, because once you have so much space to work with, once you have literally no team in your 5 kilometer radius. I mean, 5 kilometers is just a big number, but I'm saying for the sake of it, right? When you have no teams in your vicinity, why would you even want to go aggressive? Just hold your position, and that's what most of the teams have been doing. But this circle, I believe, is going to prompt most of the teams to start taking fights. Again, no proper real estate to work with. Most of them are going to be at the mercy of the vehicles and at the mercy of those trees and shacks, and that's about it. There are a few ridges to play across, but look at this. Team C, they are in prime position. Pristine landmark for them. They do have those compounds to work with. I believe that's probably the only compound that's inside the circle, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely, but Riley comes in with a spray. Definitely worthy of taking down Wale, but barely survives over there. 50% HP, but C-Line, they certainly make their presence felt. Zaki, oh my god, almost on the verge of taking down Riley. I believe he's taking him down as well. Wonderfully strung together. Knocks Team C. They look strong at this point, Team C-Line. They're going to fall back to the back lines. I'm not really sure if Amra is going to get the revive, though. Because, of course, even he's being challenged, and come from behind is going to be Team 2A. And look at this, they can smell blood in the water. Pika completely ignoring them. Or Willie, I believe he's going to fancy his chances. He can certainly spray down and acquire a few kills. Yes, he will.
Oh, good sprays coming out from Pika, who does manage to find a monkey. Seal 9 at the moment with the tail between the legs. They do try to get out of defensive nade before they will be looking to try and get the revives. It looks like Riley will be getting a revive out. They've got 2 players currently down at the moment. Senator is very low. ASTRA Academy pushing right on up. Does put them in a vulnerable position from Seal 9. But nades and fire do come down. Seal 9 do get eliminated in a 9th position by ASTRA Academy. So ASTRA, the focus now will be on to Seal 9. Senator does get dropped though in the process. What surprises me from Seal 9 is actually they're still on the rooftops. They're out in the open. They're center zone position. So they've got so many teams that do have angles on, but they're just laying down the law from this position. Zaki just spraying down a Scry. Unfortunately, unable to find him as yet. It looks to blow the vehicle. ASTRA with a 2-by-1 split. Will they be able to start fighting back?
Yeah, with Seal, they're actually holding on to this position quite well. They've done a good job gatekeeping Team ASTRA Academy, and the fact that Team 2A is definitely scared to push up against Team Seal, it just goes to show how good of a job Team Seal has done, right? And in this very precarious position, Team 2A cannot really prepare for a victory, cannot really prepare for a winner with a chicken dinner. They possibly have to take the fight to Team Seal Academy, Team Seal Esports, if they want to make their presence felt. But I would love to have a look at the map, because this fight has been going on for eternity, but there's a lot that's happening elsewhere as well. We still have 8 teams, or rather make it 7, because a mock No Mercy is taking down another team, or rather another player in the process. 22 players and 7 teams left right now. Look at this, the circle completely on the western side. A mock holding one end of it, Team C holding another end of it, DEMIGOD on the southern side, Team Future Station as well as Team I8 are battling for existence at this point. Team ASTRA Academy, they have been gatekept by Team C way too well, fancying their chances in a third party, in a potential third party against I8 and Future Station. Future Station though, they're definitely struggling. 2 players up on their feet, one down on his knees in entry, just waiting. I guess entry is not really participating in this fight, and I'm not really sure. I'm not really aware of what reasons, but for sure Johnny, the last player from Team I8, surviving by the skin of his teeth, and even he is being sprayed down. Team Zeddy I8 being completely wiped out.
So that gives Future Station the opportunity to get the revive that they did need. Entry, he's going to be running through the open field now. Does get spotted out as DEMIGOD from above, up in the hills. That will have him isolated there. Entry is really going to struggle to get into a zone here. You can see it is all out in the open. Entry's already used a lot of smokes. I don't know if he does have any more, and that is going to be absolute peril as he does try and get into this next zone. But Seal, they've got 4 kills so far. They're now the edge of zone for phase 5. We've got ASTRA now starting to move on up to the ridge line just out to the north. They're starting to keep it fairly tight. They're still outside of zone though, and will need to push further to get into this next zone. So they do mobilise. They now do start to dig deep. Stry unfortunately does get dropped out of that vehicle by Wally. Senpai going down to a muck in the distance as ASTRA do head directly for them. No Mercy now going to be directly in their sights. What a pull up on those 2 from ASTRA. Slamming that those vehicles in the V, but No Mercy now does get dropped by top. We do have Lonely now being spotted out.
Academy pushing up a mock all by 1 player. Lonely Will he manage to get a one revive back online? That's definitely a question. Smoked completely off. But ASTRA Academy, good stuff from them. They realize that they cannot push in further against Team Seal. They go the other way. They go the distance and go against Team Amok. And Amok has definitely been surprised over there. They do have 2 players up and running, but I believe it's going to be a bit too weak against this wrath of Team 2A.
So ASTRA Academy are just trying to burn through the rounds at the moment as they try to blow the vehicle, but I believe it has already been blown, and it was very obscure with the smoke in front. We do have nades now coming back out from a mock. Well, ASTRA, they're going to have to move again. A zone pushes over towards Seal. I believe we do have pretty much all open ground for this next zone. Sharp now gets caught out by Baron with the boldy. He is a beast when it comes to bolt actions. So will he be able to get any more shots on as they do push on in? DEMIGOD, though, going to be closest to edge of zone. I believe they're going to be on the downward slope of that hillside, so it's going to be interesting to see how they do play this one. But ASTRA, now spotting out. Lonely visible there, surprisingly enough. Senator missing that spray.
I mean, that's possibly a beer grill stunt right there. Wild West for Lonely, but he barely managed to survive. The grenade comes in, almost takes him down, but he does have the first hit. Oh my god, Team ASTRA Academy, they've been running hot against Team Amok for quite some time right now, and it's all explosions for this man. How does he manage to survive this? This is absolutely insane, but they do have another player in the backline, so they're still prepared for a backstep coming in. They're not inside the circle as of yet. Neither is Team 2A. Even ASTRA Academy has to push up, and just like you mentioned, I feel like even they are going to mobilize at this point because they realize that even Amok is kind of a tight defense, tough not to crack.
So Hera unfortunately does get taken down, but C1 also goes down as Seal will look to clear up Future Station. Do have the backline now pushing in Sharp, pushing on up. So 2 players from FS now alive and kicking. They'll be going head to head, but Amok does get eliminated. They'll go out in 5th. Entry now goes down. There's great shots coming out from Baron as he absolutely lays him. Sharp now will be there to try and get that revive, provided that zone doesn't flush them out. But Ankle just laying and waiting as Entry will need to make the push across. And he does manage to do so somehow. The spray's coming out onto the other vehicles from Ankle. Will it be enough to get this vehicle blown? It does look like DEMIGOD in Struggle Town as zone goes over to ASTRA Academy. The center zone, they're getting punished so by Seal in the distance. But Future Station, look at all the fire around them. They've got nowhere to go at the moment. Senator currently down. DEMIGOD holding that high ground. They've got it smoked up nicely, but they will need to move. They've got a fair distance to move on the far side of the zone. ASTRA, though, that moving to zone early on, they're being punished by all the teams around. So Seal still with a full 4-man strong squad. They do have the numbers advantage over all the rest of the teams. I do believe DEMIGOD, they're down to 2 or 3. Looks like 3. And their vehicles, I'd say, will be looking pretty toasty as well. But Wally, he's going to go in for the push on a Future Station now. And will he come out on top? We'll find out shortly.
Absolutely. But again, we can call it the curse of the circle because the ASTRA Academy, they tried to push up early. They tried to get that early advantage of the circle. But this time around, they've been completely caught out in the open. And the teams from outside the circle are the ones who are completely pincing them down. Even DEMIGOD have been pincered for that matter. I believe PK has been completely wiped out, even top for that matter as well. I'm not really sure how many players from ASTRA Academy, or even if ASTRA Academy are surviving, they've been completely wiped out right now. DEMIGOD, Seal, and Future Station are the only ones who are surviving. Kevin has been taking down Baron. There's a good trade on him. Team Seal, they're struggling to keep up against the Future Station. A plethora of smokes being put up, but Wale over there getting the frag onto Entry. Only one player survives, and that's it. Lights out for Team Future Station 1952. Another player being taken down. This is Team ESPORTS, and I predicted it right, Segi, and I'm really proud of my prediction. 12 kills for Team ESPORTS, and a winner with a chicken dinner to go alongside it. Well played, DEMIGOD, because they held on to the position for quite some time, but this has been an absolute domination from Team ESPORTS.
It definitely was. Obviously, that compound that they did choose in, it was essentially, what, center zone in phase 1 and 2? They pulled up there early on and were just able to hold it down the whole way through the match. It was only that final zone that they did need to move. By that stage, all the teams had just been absolutely pummeled into oblivion and were unable to hold on. So, excellent play from Seal. they got 12 kills. What can you say about that? They did play that superbly. They put themselves in risky positions, I feel, being on those rooftops from shots from a distance. You had obviously DEMIGOD out to the southeast, and then you had Future Station and ASTRA Academy coming in from the north. So to hold it down when you're center position for that long, that shows some real skill coming out from Seal. Obviously, we saw ASTRA Academy try and push it and try and do the same thing and hold down that center zone position in the final stage, but they were unable to do so. So kudos to Seal. Great game, and I'm very impressed.
Absolutely. I feel like there's a very striking similarity between the chicken dinner team won by Team ELEMENTRIX on the map of Sanhok and this one, because the circle just kept on pulling in on them. But this time around, there was a striking difference. The fact that ELEMENTRIX wasn't really challenged throughout the game, but Team Seal, they were certainly challenged by a lot of different teams. And that compound, the way they held on that compound like an absolute fort, was probably one of the best moments of this entire game out there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the fourth game of the day. Your winners are going to be Seal Esports. We're going to be back with the final game on the map of Miramar. Till then, it's Salty and Zeki. We're going to be signing off just for a short break. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to GXR Shootout. My name is Alton, and with me is Seki. We've done away with 4 games of the day, and the last game is yet to come by. The final map is going to be Miramar, and I'm excited to see which team actually wins. Last time out, my prediction actually came too striky. So, ESPORTS, they did win, but we haven't seen repeat winners as of yet. We've seen teams, new teams getting their chicken dinners, but I'm yet to see one team get a double on them.
Yeah, well, Future Station, though, they were really the Miramar Masters when it came to Game 2. So they really dominated. They really just smashed hard. Are they going to be able to show that superiority on Miramar in another game? That's really going to be the question. They had great rotations. They had great locations where they did pull up and essentially put a lot of pressure on the teams. And they were able to hold back when they needed to, pick their timing and move forward. So I'm hoping to see, we might see obviously a dual winner, but who's your money on for this one, Salty?
I feel like Future Station, they've kind of mastered the art of playing the map of Miramar, right? The fact that they kind of stay hidden, they kind of stay not that proactive in the initial stage of the game, and just try and stay passive, get their loot going, and keep that 4-man roster up and running. It's really important, especially in a map like Miramar. I feel like you need to have those 4-man up and running if you want to win, because you hold that much area in the final circle. And when you do that, a team like Future Station, when you do have the gun game to go alongside it as well, you can definitely capitalize on the fact that you have the man advantage and you can get a lot of kills in the end. And the way they dominated is one of the reasons. It kind of goes to show that Team Future Station is pretty much one of the teams who have mastered the art of playing Miramar. Because look at this, they stay silent. They don't really get victimed by any other team out there, and just practically lay there, right? It's pretty much like a Sanhok gameplay. It's a snake fest for them. They come into pristine position. They get into those ridges perfectly, and when it actually matters, they press the trigger and, well, they wipe everyone out.
Yeah, obviously it is vitally important to get into the later stages with as many players as you can. And yeah, with the last match, they were able to get in with all 4 players up, and that is what really allowed them to capitalise. So who knows? It could be a new team that might get up, but I'm going to be putting my money, I think, too, with FS Gaming Future Station. So we'll see how they do go as we get game number 5 underway.
Yeah, and look at the flight path again, Seki. I mean, today we haven't really seen today isn't really the day of basic flight paths and basic zone circles, honestly. It's all about your deviations, and this flight path again is pretty much southern, completely takes away El Pozo and the entire northern sector out of the equation. Lost INES, probably one of the locations where a lot of teams are going to drop by. I mean, we got to see the first Miramar map. It was pretty vertical. It went from, I believe, kind of end near Ahmad. So this time around, most of the teams will try and focus on Puerto Parazo and Lost INES nearby. So you think most of the action is going to be on the southern end of the map?
I do think that's going to be the case. I think we'll see a few teams hunting. Obviously, Deuce, they're going to hit Valdemar. I believe they're going to be relatively uncontested this time. They did have a squad that dropped there with them in game 2. But Shima Serra looks like we might see a little bit of action there with a mock dropping, and also Los Leones, a couple of squads hitting the mark around there. But a lot of teams trying to jump as far as they can to obviously try and spread out as much as they can.
Absolutely. Again, 2 teams in Los Leones, 1 team in Valdemar. I'm not really sure how many in Chumacera though, because that is one place where I'm expecting some early fight action. But look at this, the ASTRA Academy and CL Esports, 2 big names. ASTRA Academy would be one of the biggest names in the pool who didn't really get a chicken dinner as of yet, and I'm really expecting ASTRA Academy to show up in this one, because up against Team CL Esports, they have the opportunity to kind of take one of the top dogs out of the equation if they manage to win this 4v4 battle. They do have what it takes. I mean, they do have the equipment to do so. It's just the fact that Team CL Esports, they've been completely got stranded. Look at Wale though. He's out in the open, unaware of where Team 2A is. Like, look at this, Duito. He's just waiting for the perfect time to take down Wall, and if he does that, I believe that's going to set up a massive advantage for Team 2A to work with.
I kind of feel like they're running around like headless chooks at the moment. They're all spread out vastly over Los Leones on the other southern side. And there's no real rhyme or reason, it seems, to their current positioning. Who knows? Being so split, though, might really impact how they take these
Wait,
fights.
what?
They might be able to get some real surprise drops on.
Pika
So
fisted
Pika-
one player to death.
So I'm not 100% sure where Astra Academy did. Obviously, 2A now looking to push on up. Krita does find Baron. Unfortunately, he was isolated. Does get taken down. And Seal hot on the heels of their win. They do lose a player early on. I'm sure Baron is going to be thirsted on up.
Yeah.
As he falls
I mean,
to the ground.
even he is quite low on HP. At this point, I feel like Astra Academy, they have that lead on Team C ESPORTS, and they've asserted the dominance. Baron, I don't really think he's gonna get revived by any sooner. And the fact that Carfire is still coming in, but Astra Academy, they've still set up that lead on top. This goes to show that this team is meant for business, at least in this map. Again, the revive comes in Erangel, a very risky maneuver from Team Seal right underneath the nose, but this makes no sense, honestly, because yeah, this was supposed to come in, right? I mean, we expect this Krita right on top of them, Erangel. Why would you go for a revival there, Team Seal ESPORTS? It doesn't make any sense.
Was risky, and unfortunately that risk versus reward was just not there. Seal now down to 2, but still looking to take the fight. Wado gets spotted out. He's down to 2, an absolute slither of health as Zaki does tap away and finally gets the knock with the AK. So we'll look to try and get it confirmed now on this Wado, but Reapers surely will push on over fairly soon to try and get that revive. They'll need to smoke it up to try and get across though.
Yeah, but Team Astra Academy, they've lost Widow in the process, and there isn't really a lot of cover, and Zaki can definitely try and capitalize on it. He'll try and hurt Team Astra Academy as much as possible, because that's possibly that he can fall off. Look at the AK spray comes through, but definitely tags Rifus a little bit, but not too much. Circle, on the other hand, is completely on the northeastern side of the map, so we're going to see a lot of teams from the south go towards the northern side, and rotation is going to be there. Pretty much a long rotation for most of the teams out there in the southern end, and the disconnect between the flight path and the circle, that trend is just going to continue. Zaki, meanwhile, has been completely taken down. One of the last player who survives up against an entire army of Astra Academy. But first, they want to isolate this player, they want to confirm this kill, and then they want to proceed further against Wale.
So unfortunately, Seal, they are just being picked apart at the moment. Zaki, I'm sure, will bleed out. It does look like Wally is trying to pull away now, and I'm sure he'll try and look to get in a position inside of this next zone fairly soon, as they do have about 1,000 meters they are going to need to move. But we've got a couple of teams at Picaro, XB Blood Legion, and it does look like we do have ZE, I believe it's I8 underneath there, that are at that location as well. No, my apologies, it was actually red.
A 3-man roster from XBBL. I mean, this is one team where from whom I had a lot of hopes, and the fact that they're not playing a 4-man roster kind of is disheartening, because that could have increased the chance of getting a chicken in this one. But look at this though. I mean, Walker, we have Hassan, we have Anubis right in front of them, just waiting for their pixels to pop off, and possibly they can tap them one by one. But a 3v3 fight shouldn't really cause a lot of upsets. I mean, we do have Walker in a flank angle. I'm not really sure if Team XBBL are aware of it. Leo is still spotting him down. Yes, spray comes through. So for sure, they definitely know Walker's position, and possibly they will prepare contingencies for him. But look at this as well. Leo trying to take multiple angles, trying to take onus on himself, trying to spraying down a few players. No rewards as of yet.
So shots being exchanged, but not too many hitting the mark at the moment, as they just try to probe each other out. Hassan, Elaine, waiting to try and get that angle. Unfortunately, isn't able to get it, and will double back and look to change up that angle. I think that's a smart play at the moment. Obviously, we do have the other team hold up in the reds. They're keeping it very, very tight at the moment, while I8 are trying to pull around the back side for the time being. And hopefully we'll be able to cut off any exit from XB Blood Legion. But XB Blood Legion, they've got one player that has already pushed on out, and that might be enough to open the door if they do get stuck in those reds. So it's going to be a very Very slow engagement here in Picardo.
Yeah.
Not too many shots now being fired as they do slow down. But in saying that, Hassan, I believe, pushing on out and is actually trapped behind a rock. So that could be literally the rock in a hard place for some of the players of Red.
Literally. Literally the rock and hard place. But at this point, I'm not really sure if Team XBBL have sightlines on this guy. If Hassan, I mean, if he wants, he can definitely move behind hard cover and, in safe positions. But we have another fight breaking out, and that's going to be Magnet. He confirms a kill against Team UNF. Team 952, Team 4, Future Station, inside the circle up against Team Seal 9 as well as another team. This team can certainly cause some upset in this one. I believe this is Team OD. I'm not really sure. I guess Second can fill me up on this one. Not really sure which team it is, but up against Team Future Station, yeah, they definitely have a tough job. But look at this, the Team Seal 9 just lingering around right on the northern side of Magnet, and Riley with a buggy. They don't really fear anybody, do they?
Not at this point in time, but I guess they're playing pretty risky at the moment. We do have C1 though out in the open. Riley looks to get a big spray down. It's a pretty dirty one, unfortunately. Doesn't manage to get a knock as yet, but he is super low. C1 just managing to find the absolute slither of hard cover, and will look to get a heal on after dropping a couple of smokes on out. But FS, very, very split at the moment and away from their vehicle, some of these players.
Yeah, pretty much. But if they decide to go up against Team Seal 9, that's definitely going to be some interesting fight, because I didn't really see this team duel up, right? I mean, two big shots, both Future Station, Seal 9. If they go one against each other, that definitely is a big engagement that we get to see. But Inky with his car still trying to try and target C1 and probably taking down Wally. On the other hand, up against Team ASTRA Academy, the fight between Team Seal Esports and ASTRA Academy is actually popping off. Now, Armor actually gets a pick against another team, Team Seal 9. They're in a 2-2 split, and I believe both the splits are playing against both the teams individually. C1? Not really sure.
No, so Wally was the last remaining player from Seal. So Seal are done out in 11th.
Oh my god, but again, did C1 just bomb himself?
It's a possibility. We've got FS trying to roll on out of this one. Looks like Seal 9 are actually on the hunt, though. You can see Inky on that back line as we got Monkey now pushing it on up onto the low side. They'll be trying to bait FS over this ridgeline to take shots of Monkey, and the back line should be able to get the support in. But Monkey, unfortunately, does get found before that happens, and will go down as Seal 9. The rest of Seal 9 now looks to push on up. Monkey, unfortunately, not able to be confirmed by a Future Station as yet. Riley now looking to try and get a side angle on to Future Station, but Future Station now focusing on it to all three players here of Seal 9.
Down comes in sharp, all by himself. The M416's 3x, not really connecting as of yet. Seki, T-line, they're trying to create the flank angle. Look at Riley's position. He's still trying to create the vantage point for himself. If that becomes a success, I believe Sharp X is done and dusted. Look at the shots coming in, and that's it. Riley, from the vantage point, getting Sharp X, knocking him down. Will the confirmation come in, though? That's a question. Riley might push up. He might get another one as well on the back of it. What's your call?
So Seal 9 on the warpath now as they do push on up. Unfortunately, it's just entry left up with the run over on for the confirm onto Sharp. Entry, it does look to try and get a knock on to Amra. Amra will go down. Entry will over the top. Wow, what?
Wait,
Riley switches back to the back seat and confirms Future Station. What a play. Absolute ripper of a play coming out from Riley from Seal 9. That was legendary.
He played across Future Station. He played across Future Station like they were nothing, like they were a bunch of silver kids, and he was the only pro player over there. But it's not really the case. Future Station is a pretty strong team, and Riley he runs across them. He runs bulldozers on top of their players, and he changes seats mid-air and shoots. I mean, that's definitely a technique, and that's definitely been done before. But Riley, in that occasion, that was literally flawless, done in a split second. Elsewhere, even Red get an elimination. They have 3 kills already in the process, and I believe that they're going to move forward quite comfortably at this point. Team Demigod again. We haven't really seen much from this team. there were a lot of promises, but Demigod didn't really show up. I thought that this is one of the Demigod teams would get at least one chicken dinner the day, but now that didn't really happen.
So we do have, obviously, a second Demigod, a team that is spotting out the other. They are exchanging shots. It's long-range shots for the time being. Obviously, Team 6 out in the open while 2 hold it down a compound. But there's a potential third party that might come in from a mark you can see over in the distance. It does look like Hera just dancing around out in the open. We'll need to be quite aware of what is happening around, because you can see ASTRA Academy over in the distance that might look to get shots on. But Zeus also pushing up towards Demigod. As CO9 get done and dusted, I believe, by ASTRA Academy. They did push on their compound and they are out of the match. So an unfortunate demise for CO9.
Unfortunate. Didn't really expect that to happen, but we only have 7 teams left in the server right now, and the circle pretty much is near Cruz de Val. And you can already see that most of the teams are actually centering around the geometric center of the circle. They're closing in, which can potentially end the affair in a pretty quick flash, honestly. Most of the teams are quite close, which calls for engagement. Here comes the engagement, honestly. Deuce Hine spraying down Mitch, almost confirming the kill. But I believe he's going to get revived. But in case Team Deuce pushes in, I'm not really sure if there's going to be any sort of support coming in as well. He's still keeping up the ante, not really letting the foot away from the gas. Just wants to get the kill confirmation, but Team Deuce not pushing in as a unit as of now.
So Deuce just tapping away for the time being. I'm surprised they didn't actually mobilize straight away. Demigod, Demigod 2 on that backline now, pulling it back as 2A look to push on up and get into the fold as well. So there's a potential third or fourth party that might come into the mix in this general area.
Pretty much. Team Demigod again. This is kind of confusing, honestly, because Fash and Facebook Mitch is Demigod 2, and the other team is Demigod, the first team. So, I mean, I'm not really sure. Didn't really expect an engagement coming in between these two teams. Of course, the main team is moving out of the prospect of a potential fight between the two Demigods, but as of yet, nothing from Deuce as well. I mean, even they fell back after that initial knock and the revive, and even they don't really fancy their chance of getting a full push coming in. But at this point, I guess Team Demigod, the main lineup, they have some company, and I believe it's coming in from Team Amok. No Mercy, high up in the vantage point, and certainly can have some spray downs, but a knock highly unlikely in this at this range with the 6x.
So No Mercy just doing a few bursts with the M4. But Demigod is gone to the big dog. What can he do here with the M24? He spots out No Mercy on top of the hill. Unfortunately, unable to get shots to hit as yet, but he will look to continue to just send lead down range. So you got Unomi just about to breach that ridgeline now. Will Rix be able to get that shot on? He does spot him out. He's patiently waiting for the right time. He sends the lead. Unfortunately, it just does not hit that mark. It's obviously a tough call when the players are dancing around like that on the top of the hill. Pretty hard to hit with a boldy. Just that single shot makes it extremely difficult to hit the mark.
True that. I mean, did expect him to kind of do that, but now Kevin still on the back lines, just keeping Team Amok at bay. They are aware of the fact that Team Amok can certainly try and capture against them. But look at this. I mean, they're pretty spread out, right? Team Amok, Lonely, and another player all by themselves. And even No Mercy and Unknown all by themselves. So 2-2 split coming in from Amok, which potentially takes away the chances of a push coming in against Team Demigod. Even ASTRA Academy go in for a very strong rotation towards the center of the circle, and there they might actually find Team Demigod. So if it's not Team Amok, it might be Team ASTRA Academy for Team Demigod, and a potential fight is definitely building up. We also have another ASTRA Academy right below them, so there can be another fight as well. So a lot of potential fights just coming up, popping off, but none of them just coming to fruition as of now. Most of the teams just taking shots at each other. They're trying to be safe. Water treatment, the entire region around water treatment, there are a lot of ridges to play across. There are a lot of boulders and a lot of smaller shacks to kind of play across. So you can definitely hold that position down. And since there are only 7 players left in this server right now, 7 teams left in the server right now, I don't really feel like the teams will fancy their chance to go up aggressive against team and really send it in that manner. Because there's a lot of real estate and don't really need to do that.
Yeah, teams can just pretty much stay put for the time being. Obviously, keep sending a little bit of let out just to let everyone know that you are there and don't get pushed. But I think that's really all that's going to happen until we do see this next phase of the match close. It's very unlikely that we'll see Thirst coming out unless someone does make a massive mistake. Behind, he's got the A-dub. What can he do with it? So he has already fired a couple of shots, but unfortunately unable to connect as yet, as we've pretty much seen with most of the Baldy shots coming out today. In saying that, there's a lot of Baldies in play. Pika also with a Baldy and M24 in hand. But Astra now starting to focus on it to Demigod out to the northeastern side. They are sort of down on that southern side. So really it's going to be interesting to see where this next zone does go for phase 4. What team will get the advantage from that? Who knows? But there's still quite a lot of room for these teams to be able to move around. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do see this next phase just held by those guys. And actually see, at the moment, everyone inside zone.
Sniper action Hind does have the arm to work with. Red Walker. Show ahead. Show us ahead. I want to see a headshot come through from Hind, honestly. But yeah, pretty much just been very calm. Has been like a proxy Cold War going on all across Miramar. 23 players in 7 teams still remain. I mean, what are you waiting for, buddy? Just click the trigger. I mean, I do know that the bullets in this gun are pretty costly. You only get 4. You only get, I believe, around 20 bullets overall. So you can't really spray them. You can't really shoot much into oblivion. You just have to be very precise with them. But yeah, nothing out of deuce, honestly. 0 kills for them. Just holding this position down and gatekeeping literally everybody else. Ooh.
So Zony's going to shift up to the northern side. That does give a Muckler advantage there on the high ground as well, above water treatment in 2 locations. I do believe that position where Lonely is very high. You've got that compound from above. Will anyone sort of push right around the edge of zone to get in to that northern high ground position? Does look like No Mercy Co will look to pull on back, though, and regroup with the rest of the squad, as most of the teams now starting to mobilise. The second Demigod team, they do have Deuce that is going to be rotating past at the moment. I'm not sure if shots are going to be fired or if Demigod will opt to just hide out for the time being. So it looks like we've got Mitch and Flash getting ready to roll, and they will just roll rather than taking those shots at Deuce. That means a free entry should come in for Deuce into this next zone on the southern side. The shots now fired at Demigod as they look to get away and into this next zone.
Yeah, pretty much they will make their way in, but will they survive this onslaught coming in from Team ASTRA Academy? That's definitely a question. Look at this spray down. This vehicle certainly cannot take much of it. They do get a shack for themselves, but that's about it. That definitely isn't a lot of healthy cover to work with as well. And even with Team Deuce and ASTRA Academy on either side, this is definitely going to be a hard place to kind of hold. Look at Blinks though. He knows exactly where Team Demigod is, and he can certainly spray down the door, and even that makes life more difficult for them. Blinks, his life is being made difficult by Team ASTRA Academy at this point. Even he is getting sprayed upon. So I guess he's probably going to look for cover, probably going to look for a ridge, and then try and challenge Team Demigod on the other side. But yeah, pretty much no build-up as of yet. Teams went from one cover to the other cover, and they're just looking to hold on to that same position. Rix does have this MT4 to work with. Can he damage Team ASTRA Academy, though? That's definitely a question. Team Deuce, they're slowly and steadily closing up against right behind Team Demigod. They're taking down Kevin in the process, and they can certainly initiate the push coming in. They do have a smoke. They do have a vehicle as well. And here comes Blinks. He's the one to make first contact. KP is on a vehicle as well. This is where they move in. They all send it in. And Demigod, are they prepared for this? Not really, because Hind comes in with a grenade and knocks down Ray. That's one man down. Blinks barely survives by the skin of his teeth, but that's okay. Even ASTRA Academy want a third party in this one, but this looks to be a spicy affair. Demigod just holding back the M249 at bay for Team Deuce Esports. The grenades come in as well. Eons with the Uzi. It's going to be difficult for him to hold on. The grenade explodes, taking a lot of damage. Team Deuce, even then, they keep up the pressure. Jan's struggling, finally managing to get a knock for himself. But there are teams. Oh my god, he gets a land. He lands the second one. Will he get a third one? Almost brings down the third person to a blue. He almost brought down a third player to literally 10% HP, but they do survive this onslaught. Demigod, they've been hurt, but they do manage to survive this.
What a fight coming out. What a defensive play coming out from Demigod on that one. Obviously, Zeus, they are licking their wounds at the moment. KUP is going to be there to try and get the revive, but they're also outside of zone. So they're going to need to move fairly soon. Actually, we've got a minute left, so they've got a bit of time to be able to get themselves into a full reset. They should be able to get themselves back up to solid numbers. But ASTRA Academy, I think they've got something to say about the other Demigod coming in behind as well. You can see on that far eastern side, they are laying and waiting, trying to smash Demigod. So, Amok, they will be coming in on that northern side. They do have a red that's going to be coming in from behind. And they are actually taking a few shots, which surprises me, because they're going to be in a position now to be gate-kept by Amok from that high position. So you can see they've got a real Overwatch position there, lonely on that far side. But Red are continuing to move on up.
Yeah, they certainly do. This is going to be difficult for Team Amok to actually hold back. Team Deuce going hard against the opposition. Team being taken down. Demigod certainly proving their worth. Deuce Gaming struggling at this point. The M249 is going ham against them. And there's basically nothing the Team Deuce can possibly do. Revives are going to come through. That's okay. But ASTRA Academy, even they are in pristine position inside the circle. They'll prevent any sort of a rotation coming across from Deuce Gaming or from Demigod as well. Facebook Mitch certainly has been taken down, but can Flash revive him back? That's definitely a question. I don't think he will, because the damage from the zone is going to be too much. Fifth circle, this tags you a lot, and only one first aid kit to work with. He walks out in the open, but there's Deuce. They are prepared for any sort of an offense coming in. Two ASTRA Academy teams, they're just lining up one by one in one cliff, one on the left-hand side, one on the right-hand side. Flash surviving that onslaught from the circle, but he actually pushes into Deuce Gaming. A 1v4 clutch required off him with the UMP and M416. This is going to be tough. Gets tagged quite a bit. The M249 wide springs and slaps him to the grave.
4 teams now remaining, 15 players left alive. So good numbers for all of these squads. Only one team with just a 3-man squad. ASTRA, well, 2A already inside a zone. And Muck, they'll be coming in that high side. Unfortunately for them, they are going to be forced off this ridge line as No Mercy goes down right on that edge of zone, managing to just get inside the blue. Will be able to be revived. And it does look like Amok will need to get a couple of revives before they can progress forward into this next zone, which will give the other teams a little bit of an opportunity to get in. The Pika with a big shot takes down Hind with the M24. So Deuce, that's going to slow them up as well, as we've got 30 seconds to go now until this zone closes. These teams do need to get themselves very organised right about now.
Yeah, pretty much. I love the fact that Amok has this lovely vantage point to work with. They literally have line of sight over every little angle that the zone covers, but they themselves need to move forward into the zone and probably get inside a good position inside the circle. And now that calls in for them to move. And when they start moving in, Krita is the one who is in pristine position to shut them down. If I can get to see some nice rifling action, he will be able to take down the entire team. Look at them one by one. They're trying to make their presence felt. Deuce Gaming from the back line. Savage being taken down. It's Senator from ASTRA Academy, another team of ASTRA Academy. Deuce Gaming still struggling to make their presence felt, is trying to move forward, but it's not just about Deuce Gaming. Even ASTRA Academy are struggling to make their presence felt as well. Even they are struggling to get themselves good position to work with. KP gets taken down one by one. The play zone gets another one as well. Kangi and Rafuz come together and they get killed all by themselves. Senator, among a plethora of bullets, driving their buggy and find himself a position to work with. Deploy the smoke, but I'm still worried about Team Amok and Krita at this point, because Krita, the position that he was in, he definitely should get a lot of kills if Amok is unaware of him getting that aggressive peak.
So Amok still with a full 4-man squad here as well. chances are angles are going to be able to come in from one of the ASTRA Academy teams of the two that are remaining in front. Dwight now gets spotted out by Unomi. Cage goes down to Pika as the two ASTRAs now start to battle this one out. So Dwight will need to continue to move on forward. The focus is really on Muck, though. Cage will be back up on his feet in just a moment as Critter looks to move on back now and pushes back to that back line. So he's got the support from the rest of his squad. Nays flying in from a Mark. They are starting to make their move. It is going to be Unomi on that front line that pushes up first. Hera on the back line still continues to put the pressure back on to Astra as Unomi is now snaking inside zone. Does have a little bit of cover here with the smoke. So it's fairly soft cover at the moment. He's got a couple of slight ridge lines in front that might be able to cover him. But if Astra do get a little bit extra height, it could be a disaster here.
Yeah, it could be. But look at this, though. ASTRA Academy, they're struggling. The vehicle explosion gets Pika. Let's try and Senator. They're still up and running. Elsewhere, Ditto gets lonely. Two ASTRA Academy teams, they're definitely thriving at this point, and the smoke comes in. The second lineup actually doing pretty well. They have 6 kills and 4 men up and running, which basically should give them the match, if not for a miraculous performance from Team Amok. Again, another vehicle blows up. This is all explosion and all smokes and all sand and dust everywhere. 3 teams, 10 players. Who can survive the carnage? That certainly is a question. Out there in the open, Amok, they just want to hold on to this position. No mercy, all by himself. Tries to take first contact, tries to deny any sort of real estate against Team ASTRA Academy. One player goes down. Senator is a 1. This is all between ASTRA Academy. Senator takes down Twido, takes down a White P, tries to set up a flank angle against Team Amok. I'm not really sure if they do fancy, if they do understand that Senator can be in this outrageous position. Anything can happen at this point. 3 teams and 10 players, or I believe it's 9 players at this point. The main lineup of ASTRA Academy, they have 10 kills to work with. An entire lineup blows up to dust as Amok. Their vehicles blow up and they get shredded down to pieces. And now it's a fight between 2 ASTRA Academy teams. It's 3v3 right now. Kage pushes forward. Scree just holding back. Senator through the smoke wants to be the ghost hunter. Can he get spotted? That's the question. Ruffles gets taken down. Senator with a grenade establishes an advantage. Senator with a Molotov just wants to go ham, and with the AK, he just finishes things off. That's the cherry on top of the cake as the main lineup of ASTRA Academy take down the second lineup. And with the plethora of kills, 15 kills. This is insane. This is insane, Seki.
What a game coming out from ASTRA Academy with a 3-man squad and getting 15 kills. That's nuts. So that I really didn't pick those guys to win. Obviously, Mark, unfortunately, going out in third position after they had that high ground advantage, but they didn't managed to capitalise on that, which is pretty unfortunate for those guys, but it was still a good showing. But still, massive congratulations to ASTRA Academy for taking the final chicken dinner of the Galaxy Razor Shootout.
Yeah. Even I kind of thought that ASTRA Academy was one of the top teams who were devoid of a winner chicken dinner in this entire shootout extravagance that we had. A 5-man fun tournament that we had this entire course. But finally, even that quota has been completed, and even ASTRA Academy did get their share of winner chicken dinner. I feel like both the teams performed scintillatingly well. I feel like the first lineup, they were thriving, they were dominating, but even the second lineup, for that matter, Seki, I didn't really expect them to kind of come out of the second position and get a lot of kills in their back, but even they did so. And Team Amok, they were a relatively new team. They didn't really play from the start, I believe, but they came in, put up a good show. I feel like the entire tournament was a good one. And with that being said, I guess, Seki, I don't know from you, any closing words? You've been a fabulous co-caster cast with. We set up a nice beard and no beard combination. But yeah, I want to know from you any closing thoughts.
No, obviously, it was a very enjoyable day. I hope everyone that was viewing did enjoy the stream. Obviously, make sure after the stream to check out the social media of Galaxy Racer as well. I believe the links, or sorry, the tags will be on the end screen. So make sure you do check out on that one and check it out after the stream.
Absolutely. Do check out the Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter handles of Galaxy Racer DXP. And also you can check out our social media handles as well. It's official Seki, @official Seki for Carl, and mine is @I'm Salty. And with that being said, I guess it's time to close the day. Seki, it's been a joy to cast alongside you. The entire tournament was a good one. Shout out to Galaxy Racer for organizing such an amazing scrims, because I feel like such big teams coming together from Southeast Asia, it has been an absolute brilliant of a day. And with that being said, I guess it's done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye. Take care.
Thanks, guys.